Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Monday, August the 30th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Looking for a couple of yeses. Thank you, William. Okay, that means you guys can hear me and you can see my screen. All right. Well, I kind of botched up this pre-market for me. I was concentrating so much on this ASTR short. Well, their news of the failure to launch, and I actually ended up taking about a 5-cent loss on it, which is okay. Then I looked at GSAT, and GSAT at that point was sitting right around here at 222. I thought, okay, I mean, I know some Apple analysts have suggested that maybe Apple could partner with these guys, low Earth orbiting satellite system, etc. I looked at that float, 734 million, and I said, wow, how much more can it go? So I didn't take it. So it's gone from 220. It's gone from 222, where I could have had all I wanted, up to 260. So kind of botched it in the pre-market for me. I mean, not in terms of losing lots, but in terms of opportunity loss was or opportunity was lost. Anyway, there will be others. Take a look at ATER, guys. ATER. Remember, this is one from. This was one from the option scanner on Friday. Man, what a run it's been on. Now, had a great day on Friday and a continuation. And again, it's one of these that I don't really see any specific news on it. It's just moving because it is. 21 million in the float. And another one doing the same type of thing. Meme stock, BBIG. Is also moving higher this morning. Again, 20% in the float. And it's either 40 or 50 million in the float, but whatever it is, that's the driving factor, I guess, that 20% short float percent. And so it is continuing after Friday's action. Huge amount of volume on Friday. And then the ASTR. God, I got out of it. The ASTR actually hit a pop just a little bit after I got out of it. I guess their satellite, a failure to launch. That's basically what I'm going to say. A failure to launch. So this was sitting at 11:50 Friday on the close, and it gapped all the way down to 864. Recovering somewhat, though. I say I got out of this with about a 5-cent loss. And our friend from last week, SPRT, still active. Man. Of 30%. I mean, it had a big pullback, obviously. A big pullback from $60 all the way down to 25. But, I mean, it's popping again. Yes, AFRM. AFRM, I couldn't see any specific news on it today. I think I might have had something last week, but AFRM, big move up. Morgan Stanley has put a $120 price target on them. Also see some other analysts are piling in. Truist Securities. See Morgan Stanley, trying to see if there's anybody else. Anyway, Morgan Stanley's put a $120 price target. I believe it's a short too, William. It just didn't work for me. I do believe it's a short also, but it is having a nice bounce. Root. It's a meme stock. Having a big day. Again, it's just one of these WSB stocks, okay, guys? I mean, if you're looking for a reason, no real reason. GAMB, after a big day, after a big day on Friday, a little after hours action, all the way up to 1522, softening a little bit. I mean, it's down 10%. I don't think it's down. It's not down on any specific news. It's, profit taking. KPLT. KPLT, what are you doing? KPLT, after hours pop. Again, I don't see any specific news on it. It's a low. It's not a low float actually. It's actually not a low float. Again, I don't see. I'm just looking at headlines. I don't see anything that's jumping out at me. Amazon News, okay. And Sava. Now Sava, when I was watching this one, it was approaching the 200-day moving average. How can Sava not load? Ah. There's the 200-day moving average, 50.85. And it got down to 51.02. It got all the way down here to 51.02. I was wondering if that 200-day moving average would hold. So far, it's held it. You know, it got very close to it. NRXP, NRXP, NRXP. This is a virus play. Yeah, look at this though. I mean, you got all the way up to what, 1628, pulled back down, almost $2. And Blin, B-L-I-N, notice that one. See if it's held its pop. I'm getting a bit of a delay. Loading charts. Have to see what's going on there. 601. It got up to 601 and a bit of a pullback now. All right, guys, let's see, 912. Let me just do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from the analysts. All right, not too many of each. Let me get a few of them in here. EDU. EDU upgraded by Morgan Stanley. Are you kidding me? Okay. All right, there are some of the upgrades, and I'll get the downgrades in. I'm going to take a look at EDU once I get these downgrades in. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. I want to just take a quick look at EDU. All right, little pop-up here for EDU based on that, I guess, that Morgan upgrade. I don't know why they're looking at something like this, but hey, it's a free world. All right, give me a moment, please, guys. All right, let's take a look at the sectors this morning. So we're starting. Let's see, we're going to have a little positive open to begin with. You can see what the SPY is doing right there. So we're going to have a positive open to begin with. Let's take a look at the individual sectors. No idea. SJOC. I think they just pick a stock. You know, it's a randomly picked stock, Richard. I wouldn't put too much stock into it. Just a randomly picked stock. Obviously, something that looks pretty good on a chart. Micro futures? No, there's no trade. I don't even know what you mean by micro futures, to be honest. The answer is no, anyway, Joe. I can tell. We don't do any futures whatsoever. Sectors, let's take a look at the sector status list. I think SGOC may have been an AI alert or at some point. Anyway, take a look at this. So let's take a look at the individual sectors. And so again, well, energy, of course, unfortunately, probably up because of the hurricanes in down in Louisiana, etc. A lot of the refineries are shut down or very, very low capacity. So energy prices are rising somewhat, of course, because of that. Technology is up. Let's see, is anything down today that is communications, kind of not quite 50-50, 60-40. Looking at, everything is kind of up so far. Financials, 63-35. Again, this is early. These are the major sectors. Giving a bit of an idea of what we might expect once this market opens. Of course, it can change. Yeah, keep an eye on this ZEV, guys. ZEV is not very much volume yet, but it's one of these short floats, almost 20%, a little bit like the BBIG. It's over 8. Say the volume is just starting to pick up. Relatively low float, not super low, but again, not high, 31 million. Yeah, this ZEV is on the move here. Very interesting. Over 8 now. Nice, actually, pretty good pre-market action here. I mean, it's not a lot of volume, but it wasn't terribly whippy. And here's one that is starting to, I'm hearing ABML, American Batteries. So maybe these plays, the lithium, the battery plays, the EV plays are going to get hot. Look at this. It touched the 200-day moving average on Friday, pulled back down. Now it's above the 200-day moving average. It's not a low float. And again, the trade of the week, as I put in there, is lithium, LTH, or I guess it's Livent, but I call it lithium. And they suggest, again, how you play it is up to you, but they're talking about the suggested entry is 25.40. So it's kind of right there. So if you believe that, this week, or well, at least today, we're going to have some interest in the EV sector, then, this might be an interesting play. Is there an RIVN? RIVN? I'm looking for another EV play, a truck company. I thought it was RIVN. I might be wrong. Or maybe they're going public. Okay, so this is, so I guess this will be the ticker RIVM, filed for an IPO, looking to go public around Thanksgiving. Okay, I see. So I was jumping the gun. So I guess that's going to be the symbol name. Okay. Yeah, I'm just reading an article about them right now. They're looking for a valuation of about $80 billion, an astounding jump from the $27 billion valuation when it raised new funds from TRO Price Fidelity and Amazon at the beginning of the year, and Ford was also an early investor in Rivian. So, okay, I guess, well, it's not going public until around Thanksgiving. At least that's what they're hoping. Okay, now GSAT's having its fall. I missed that. Again, I mean, an Apple analyst suggesting that this would be a good fit for Apple. And guys, you know, I'm just going to really obviously concentrate so much on my option scanner. I mean, it produced so well last week and the week before and the week before and the week before and the week, you know, I mean, really, I mean, it's just been really, really awesome. So I'll be really concentrating on that option scanner again today and going forward. Okay, well, that's a question on YouTube. Personally, for me, anything under 20 million would be a low float. I always explain it like this, though. I mean, if a person is used to trading Facebook and, you know, the really mega float stocks, you know, the ones with billions in the float, then like 100 million would be low to you, okay? But for me personally, anything under 20 million, I consider a low float. And of course, when a stock is really low, that's when you can get and it has for whatever reason, some interest. Be it a press release, earnings play, or just because, you know, for whatever reason, traders are piling into it. That's when you can get these stocks that go up 100 to 300% in a day. See, LI is an earnings play. There's obviously a China EV earnings play. Not too much action, really. I mean, not bad volume, but not too much real action. Cloudera CLDR is an earnings play. Let's take a look at what it's doing. It's doing zip. Hard to believe it's an earnings play. It is an earnings play. Yep, just not moving at all. And NEGG, here's another interesting one. NEGG is also an earnings play this morning. I mean, it's up 5%. This can be extremely whippy. Look at last month when it got up to $70, $80. All right, just looking to see. Did I think I mentioned Root. Pretty sure I mentioned Root. No reason it's up. It's a meme stock. Here's another one, guys. I forgot to maybe mention this one, this MMAT. You know, I saw this one last week. Never really knew too much about this one, but it just kind of sneaky. You know, I mean, it was down here at $2, $3. $5 now, just kind of a sneaky little move. It's not, I think one of the reasons I didn't pay that much attention to it is because of the float. You know, almost $500 million in the float. Didn't think it would have that much of a move, but hey, it's moving. Gets over 5. The next high on the monthly chart is 790. Yeah, so you want any one of my scans, just go to my home page, okay? Who asked that question? LTHM, yeah, LTHM is the trade of the week, yes. So go to my home page, click on my home page link, and go to the scan section. And it's called something like moving higher with unusually abnormal option activity, something to that effect. By the way, guys, that promo code is still live. I thought it might be usually a 1-day grace period. So you can still get 25% off. Very typical what we do. We'll indicate that it's over, say, it's supposed to be over last night, but usually there's always a 1-day grace period. Oops, sorry, just a second here. It shouldn't take that long. If it's not loaded, I mean, it usually doesn't take that long. But try it again, okay? I mean, maybe it's just getting hung up for some reason. Yeah, on that one, slow hand, I can't help you. You know, maybe go to the home page and the guys are there, so accounting people are there, so maybe they can. I can't help you there. Go to our home page and start a live discussion and say you're trying to sign up, okay? Yeah, NURO, I'm hearing it. When I say I'm hearing it, this is text to voice for me on my scanner. NURO starting to drop. Yeah, after hours it was a nice little move after hours. Let's see if there's any specific reason for it. Again, I don't see any recent headline. Yeah, it was up to what, 19, almost 1880 or so, yeah. All right, guys, I'm gonna get rid of a couple of these scans here on my other monitor, get set for this open. Yes, 1 minute to the open. Last couple of days of August. It's always, man, what happened to the summer? Let's have a great start to this trading week, everybody. And I typically, again, do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. But I'll be waiting. And again, you know, a word about my option scanner. I mean, it doesn't mean just when you get the alert, you just pile in immediately. And you don't have to do anything with it. But it's like a watch list. So, you know, there can be times where you'll get an alert and then the stock will drop. And then it'll come back up to that alert price and then start to run from there. So, all right, we are now open. Here's some early movers. Poly, not very much volume yet. Didn't save that. Just a second. All right, so, you know, some activity, obviously, with the SPRT. Got to be awfully careful now, guys. I mean, MMAT, guys. Again, it's early for me. You're going to see things, you know, look, something could keep running and running and running, and I'm going to miss it. I get it, but I'm just not prepared to take early trades. When they work, they're awesome. BBIG, man, oh man, I mean, like BBIG. I'm going to pop off 9, almost 10 now. I do, yeah, I see it on your version, remember. It's just too early for me. There's SDC, you're probably seeing SDC also. Well, this one came out of nowhere on Friday, this ATER, A-T-E-R. I don't really know too much about them, but look at this. I mean, just, I know it showed up on the option scanner, and it was a great trade for us. And just continuation. Root, again, now this is a meme play, I believe. Yeah, WSB play, so big gap up here. I don't know what they do. Insurance. Keep an eye on the ZEV, guys. The volume is starting to pick up. It's the short float percent. It's key. 20% of the float is short. 31 million. Not low, but certainly not high. Meanwhile, SPRT continues. Look at the volume coming in. Look at the volume already, 11.9, 10 in the float, so it's already traded the float 1.2 times. We have a positive open, so, well, actually the Dow's down a little, Tech is up, and the SPY is up, so little disconnect so far. And KPLT, yes, KPLT on the move here. There's a pretty steep pullback. But look at the volume coming in. Not a low float. This is not a low float. Again, it's not high, but it's not certainly not low. Impressive to be up 24% with that float. Yikes. And Sava guys, keep an eye on that 200-day moving average for Sava. 50.85, not that far away. Look at the, the buyers have been trying, but the sellers have stomped it down right now as we speak. This is such a key level, that $50 really, but it's been sitting on that 200-day moving average. Okay, NURO continues down. This was happening just before the market was opening. It was starting to fall quite a bit. Last Friday's low was 12 or so it's got some room. All right, well, so what do we have? We have 50.85. Yeah, we have 50.85, so boy, it's whippy. Look at that topping tail for Sava. Oops. All right, now look at ADR now, guys. I mean, now it's just really giving it up. Got up to 10, down to 8. Why, first 15 minutes can be extremely whippy. This ASTR is it is having a nice bounce. I thought perhaps like William that once it took out 9, it would really start to move down, but not yet. I don't know how much worse the news could be, unless they're saying, yay, okay, bit of a failure, but we're going to see if there's anything that they've come out. Announced that its launch vehicle failed to properly launch. I'm expecting maybe, but no problem. We'll do it next week. I don't see any news. They say they learned a lot. Okay. I'm sure they did. All right, keep an eye on any, guys. Any. So what was last week's high? Last week's high was or not last week, but Friday's high was 572. So it's right there. Look left. The next high is 658. That is enough room if it wants to keep going. We're in chase mode right now, unfortunately. Let's see if it can settle just a little bit. 14 million in the float. See if there's any specific reason. I do not see. It's a Bitcoin play, I guess. We're not. I can't remember anymore. These guys, I mean, you can't tell anymore by reading a profile. All right, guys, I'm just kind of looking at some of my thumbnail charts, some of the movers. What I'm seeing really a lot of topping tails, meaning the stocks were really surging and then they've pulled way back. That's why I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes. LI's an earnings play. It really, hasn't gained that much enthusiasm. It's now down. It was up a little bit in the pre-market, but look at this red candle here, that opening 15-minute candle on volume. So yeah, it's an earnings play. Looking left, you would think that maybe the 2750 area might hold it, so it's not that far away. Zila, let's see, Zila, again, just choppy up and down. First 15 minutes, guys, can, it's not a huge drop, but it's just, stocks like to, just kind of flit up and down in the first 15 minutes. Doesn't mean after 15 they're stable, but certainly in the first 15, you can be whipped in and out of positions just like that. Well, the next high looking left for SDC, what did it get to? Got up to 574. The next high would have been right here at 571, so it was briefly above that. If it can break through that, then you're talking, the next highs looking left are around 680. So it certainly has room if it can maintain itself here and then pop. Nothing from the option scanner yet. Like I say, don't get too many alerts. I think Friday actually was an unusual day. We had about maybe 9 or 10 or even 11 alerts from it. Typically, I would say you get 4 or 5. And nothing will show up in these two lists, the watch list up and down until at least 9:45. That's by design. These are the early alerts that you would have got if I didn't put a 15-minute delay. Look at Blin, BLIN. Again, up to 635. You're talking, these are big percentage moves down. For a $5-6 stock to drop $1. Well, SDC is gaining some. You say they read an article about them in the New York Times. Did I read that correctly? Okay, so must have been somewhat positive. Without reading it, must have been somewhat positive. Well, you're obviously not using real-time data, Chris, with Thinkorswim. Yeah, I would bet that there are many energy plays that are moving higher right now on the Mr. Real. Good morning. So there's the any guys. So this is what we wanted to see, at least I wanted to see. Maybe a little bit of a base here, okay? And then a move. Remember now, the high looking left was 571, I think. 565, so it's a little bit above that high. Just rest a little bit here and then start moving again on some volume. Get some, keep the volume high. So a lot of these high flyers, guys, I'm looking at the MMAT, the GSATs, even the SPRTs, the KPLTs. I'm just looking at a lot of these high flyers, ATER. Sava's getting so, it's just at that 200-day moving average. Look at that, 50.85, 50.81, so it's just a little bit below that 200-day moving average. So weak. Yeah, don't look, it's not a stock. Yeah, MDID, not a stock. I used to say that, and really is a long time ago, every now and then when I'd have that great trade where I could say, well, what else could I possibly do to top that one? So I would say my day is done. There it goes, guys. Okay, on the volume. Look at the volume that's coming in to any. That's my opinion on Vino. Haven't seen Vino for a while. Saw this one quite a bit. Why is it not showing up? There it is, okay. Yeah, I saw this one a few months ago. Getting all the way up to 21. No thoughts on, I'm sorry. There's no volume. So, there's no volume. There's nothing I can possibly say about it until some volume picks up. For whatever reason it did this, a few months ago, and then it came back to earth, and now it's done nothing for months. Yeah, you got to just be careful on the SPRT, guys. Just look at this topping tail and bottoming tail, especially the topping tail. Big topping tail, got all the way up to 43, back all the way down to 34. You're talking about almost a $10 drop. So there's, tremendous uncertainty right now. Yes, any showed up, okay? It showed up also my option scanner now, guys. So, all right, well, that's what can we say? That's a winner. So you look left and 658, so there's your next area that it could stall, okay? All we needed was that little bit of consolidation, and remember what I was saying, a little bit of consolidation, and then let's see if we get some volume pop to pop it through. You got to trade it though, okay? We can't expect they're not going to just keep, running and running and running, but you get a nice percentage move. You've got to, in my opinion, take some off to ensure your profit, and then see what happens afterwards. Okay, I mean, there's a little pullback, and now look at it again. Here's your next area. I mean, listen, if it can take this out, this 663 out, man, I mean, it's got just a ton of room. There, I think that's on the weekly also. 658, sorry, 658 takes that out. I mean, just look left. I don't know if you guys have ever heard me say this, but look left. I mean, you got to go back to, I don't even know where you have to go back to see these. I mean, this is exponentially crazy. Well, I think we can put a big fat check mark about a big winner here from the option scanner. I mentioned it earlier. Now, just to let you know, I mean, I've got this one also. Okay, this is just a variation. I cannot give it to you because it has a custom formula in it, and so, but it's a variation. You know, you can see I got the alert at 571 in the so-called official one, 595 in rubber toes, 560. So and here's the beauty of it too. Now, in this particular case, you're right, William. Did not have any shorts. Okay, you can take. I mean, these things can go really parabolic, so you can play it both ways. You know, you can play it on the, you know, obviously on the initial pop, and then you can start watching it like a watch list, and you can turn around and short these. Now, in this particular case, there were no shorts available for me anyway at Interactive Brokers, but that's another way of also looking at these option plays, especially if they go parabolic. All right, so this NRXP, after that big pullback, I think this is a virus play. So NRXP, after that big pullback, in the pre-market, market opens and starts to make highs. So when you look left, the next high looking left is 1830. You know, I mean, obviously today's high would be the next high, but you know, if we can get back up to today's high, the next high looking left would be around that 1830 mark. That's an impressive bounce for ASTR. So for my watch list, you can see there was the trigger at 1585, so it's at 1630 now. It's a spread like, it can get a little crazy. It's about 14 cents right now. Whoa. Okay, so you did notice that PXLW, a couple fired right at virtually the same time. I would have to wait for it to take out the high of Friday. Okay, this is obviously some kind of a buyout. Yeah, so if I forget about this one, the DSPG showing up on the option scanner, but it's obviously a buyout. Yeah, Synaptics to acquire, yeah, so I would forget about this one. So again, I have an alert set for this PXLW at the high up here. I'm giving up a lot, but I mean, I think it's, it's going to stall. It could easily stall right there. Takes that out later on, okay? So this is what I'm doing. Putting an alert, PXLW at the high of Friday. It takes that out later on. It could continue to run. Doesn't look like there's very much, I mean, I have to go back to 2015 before we see, well, I don't see anything. I don't see any resistance. So just maybe it can take out that high of Friday and it could keep going. I'm saying that's not 100% of course, but lots of action Monday morning. Look how choppy this BBIG has been. I mean, choppy when you hear me say that. Look at a 5-minute chart. Look at these topping tails. See the tail up here, bottoming tails, up, down, up, down, up, down. Trend seems to be down now. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. No AI alerts yet. Just looking at my AI. No AI alerts yet. Yeah, real. I know you're talking about NEGG. Nice short, obviously. This is an earnings play. Okay, so this one is trying to have a, well, not trying to, it already is having a bit of a bounce here, guys. The gambling, G-A-M-B, gambling.com. So their news on Friday, I believe something to do with Arizona, allowing their service, their state. So 1478 was the high. So, maybe it's just some profit taking, but it's above the open now, tell because of that green candle. So I'd stick an alert at the high. Just see if it takes it out later on. All right, so if you got that any, hopefully you traded. I mean, that's a big percentage move, okay? 642, and what were we talking about? 658 was the level that could stop it. Now, it almost got there. I mean, it got there, about 14, 15 cents, right? So you just got to be always aware of that next high looking left. Yeah, I mean, look, the longer it holds is $6 mark and getting volume though. Have it pop up. You don't want to just take it just because it starts to move a little bit over 6, in my opinion anyway. You want to see some volume to move it. Now it's above, you look at the 5-minute Bollinger Band. I mean, it's not way above it. It's sort of sitting on it. And we have our first halt of the week, and RNXT just got halted. And the volume, okay, so there is some volume. So RNXT just got halted. And this is, we have no float information on it. Let me just see what it might open at. Wow, well, if this holds, this is going to be a monster open. We have another halt, BBIG, and guess what? It got halted on the way down, right? Yeah, so this got halted on the way down, BBIG. But the RNXT guys, we have no float information on it. For whatever reason, our provider doesn't have any information. What I'm looking at, it's got halted at 776. The projected open could be 884. 1.8 million. Okay, so we know it's a very low float. You just harass. Oops. Okay, so there you go. I mean, you know, Thinkorswim is saying 8 million. RNXP is saying, or Webull is saying 1.8 million. I mean, that's a big variation. And we have no information, but Mr. Zach, good morning. Okay, so remember what I was saying about this RNXT when I was looking at it was 885, so it's coming back down to more in line where it got halted, 776, so it may not be the monster open. Again, this is from Interactive Brokers. This has nothing to do with trade ideas. Your broker should have something similar that you can look at to see where a stock may open when it comes out of its halt. It's always going to change. The halts are usually 5 minutes long. So if this is a 5-minute halt, this will open, say about 8 seconds after 10:05. And that's one of the scanners that I am sharing. Give me a moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back now. I do hear DSPG, but I have my doubts that it's going to really move. Okay, there's the RNXT. Let's see what it opened at. So it did not have a huge open. But let's see if it pops through that high and just soars, because, I mean, this has got the room, of course. Look at the daily chart. Looking left, the next high in the daily is 982. If it can take out today's high, 982. So but listen, it is highly risky, very risky. If you're new to trading, you know, I would forget about it. You know, and plus the spread is crazy right now, 757, 779. So it's a tough spread. Ah, I missed it. It might be a good thing. I was just going to try to kind of, I don't often like really get into a trade thinking I was going to scalp it, but I did miss it. Talking about the RNXT. I mean, it's whippy. It didn't get the fill I wanted. Okay, so I see the KPLT showing up on the option scanner. All right, what were the highs in the pre-market? So it's got this shot to get up to these levels. So I'm just going to put an alert. We had the alert at 454. I'm going to stick the alert right around the 461, a little bit higher, and see if it takes it out later. Again, as you're watching how I'm using my option scanner, it's not a matter of just taking the trade immediately. Okay, watch to see how it's trading. Typically, I mean, these are going to be volatile stocks because of the option value of volume. I mean, look, 28,000, that's almost 6 times normal. I'm afraid to look at the, oh, gosh. Oh, brother, I had my order in, I think, at 792, and I just didn't get the fill. It got up to 8 something, and I didn't want to chase it. Came back down a little bit, but that is the RNXT. Yeah, the DSPG is a buyout. That's why I know it's on my option scanner, but I'm not interested. It's a buyout. Whippy means up and down, up and down, up and down. Hard to stay in trades. That's what I call whippy anyway. Well, I mean, within reason. I mean, obviously things are not going to go straight up or straight down, but you don't want to see like huge topping tails, bottoming tails, one after another. Really hard to discern a direction. Well, when I tried to get it, it wasn't that terrible. The RNXT, it wasn't that terrible, but we'll see what happens when this opens. But I mean, I've missed the boat on it, in my opinion. I mean, this thing could keep running and running, but 988 looks like is the high. Don't know if this is really an IPO here. Looks like it could be an IPO here. A couple of days ago, yeah, last week. So that would have been a Thursday if it is an IPO. Okay, somebody in YouTube's wondering about my the time of my alert windows. If you're there, I think you're asking a question. If you're there in YouTube, ask me that question. I can explain what you're seeing. This is don't repeat, okay? So if you're in the room, you're asking a question, I think Chris is trying to help you, I can explain. Oh, I see. It's a column. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about something. Yeah, it's just a matter of elongating. I mean, if you want to, elongating the column, just grab the time column, the right edge, and just pull it. Just pull it to the right. Slide it to the left if you want it to. See, I don't care about having the seconds necessarily. Okay, Terrence, does that make sense? This is not Excel. No, it's not Excel. Yeah, no problem, Chris. All right, guys, OTRK. Look at this one. So the next high looking left should be at least 75 cents away. What is it, 1546? Yes, it is. Okay, keep an eye on OTRK. The option volume is pretty good. This is again in this one I cannot share, unfortunately, because it's got this custom formula. But what this is looking for is stocks that, okay, I've relaxed the filters just a little bit. But looking for stocks that have at least 75 cents until the next high. I think that's what I've got. I just can't give it to you. Yeah, 75 cents to the next high, at least 75 cents to the next high. I forgot to mention IC. Yeah, okay, actually I was amazed. IC actually held over 10 on Friday. I actually tried to get some after hours. I could not get the fill that I wanted, so I actually forgotten, and this morning it was still in there. But yeah, so this is actually, who knows, maybe this will really hold 10 now. I can share the formula, yes. Just give me a moment. Where am I going to find it? Yeah, I just got to switch into my other username and then I can find it. All right, now I just got to find it. There we go. Here it is. Okay, that's the formula. You know how to create it. I mean, create it as a filter, but that's the formula. And once you do it, you have a min and a max. I think I put a min of 75 cents. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, it's the same principle of yeah, pulling, expanding Excel columns, etc. Yes. Ah! Okay, Sam, you owe me money because I was going to take that OTRK, but instead I gave you that formula. So I'm going to give you my address and you can send me a check. And now I've just spilled water. So just... No, I've done my coffee. Now I'm on to water. Thank goodness it's water, not coffee. Just give me a moment here, guys. I'm going to put myself on mute. Okay. And he got halted. Wow, did it ever get halted? Oh, I lost sight of that one completely. Just not focusing this morning. I mean, that is awesome. I mean, look at this. We get the alert at 595. Yeah, pull back a little bit. You got to keep watching it. It's like a watch list. I always keep saying that. And it is my mistake for not putting that price alert. And look at this. Wow. So that's why I'm saying, guys, the option scanner, use it like a watch list. So look at KPLT. I mean, the alert was at 454. It is pulled back somewhat, and now just put an alert up here. Because if it takes it out, look at all the room. Look, if you look left, look at all the room it's got looking left. So well, I was just moving too fast, Dejan. I mean, okay, it was just moving too quickly for me. I kept moving my bid up to, I was going at market because the market wasn't horrible, the spread, but it just kept moving quickly on me. That's all. You know, I mean, it happens. Well, guys, listen, it's 10:19, 10:20, so this is the time where I talk a little bit about trade ideas in general. Give a big welcome to anybody who is brand new into the trading room. Both rooms, our YouTube room and our main trading room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. And I share my screen. I'm live on the mic. So before I get rolling, though, the promo code is still alive and kicking, okay? Kind of thought it might be. I know the email said it would expire last night. At 11:50 or last night, but it's still alive for one more day. So what I'm going to do is just going to put the links in. If you do want to take out a subscription, you'll get 25% off. That's the biggest discount we offer. Oh, I don't know, Matt. I really don't. I mean, listen, if I can't borrow it immediately, then that's my cutoff, typically. I've never really looked at their rates or anything like that. If I can't borrow it immediately, then, you know, I don't even bother. I'm not interested in them trying to find. So it doesn't, I really don't even look at it like that. That's funny, Elo. All right, so first of all, I put in my homepage link. My homepage link is always available if you're in the main trading room right here. There's a tab, Barry's homepage. I'm going to click on that, and there's the link, okay? If you click on the link, lots of information, my homepage, including how to take out a subscription, and the promo code is still alive, Test Drive 25. for 25% off the first month only or the entire year. So when you click on Get Trade Ideas, this is what you're going to see. We have 4 plans. We have an annual, monthly for premium and standard. The big one, premium, $22.68 a year on an annual basis, less the 25%. Standard is $10.68 a year, less the 25% on an annual basis, okay? Big difference is the AI. I don't see any AI alerts today yet. I'll go over that in a bit. You don't have to have an annual plan. You want to go month to month, that's fine. This is how much it would cost. $118 for standard, $228 for premium. Less the 25%. The discount's only good for the first month though, right? Only good for the first month. So if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. However, today is the 30th. If you took out a monthly subscription, either one of these, and then within 30 days you decided you wanted to upgrade to an annual, we'll honor the 25% promo code. Okay? More information. So these 3 sections are free. The trade of the week, the stock of the day video that I do, and our education section. These are all free sections. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at around noon Eastern. And all the education that we have is right here. And if you're new to trade ideas or thinking about trade ideas, I would take a look at the introductory lessons. It talks about what is a top list, building top lists, alert windows, creating them, etc. All the way down to, this Brokerage Plus, which I'm going to go over, and the AI, which we nickname Holly. Again, a lot of information here. I gloss over it. I do that because there's too much information. First of all, I'm not going to spend all day explaining, each one of these links. All you have to do is save my link, and you can take a look at all this whenever you want. Daily support. So you'll hear me refer to a YouTube room. And what happens is that around noon I do take my break and one of the other traders takes over. Today is Monday. Monday it's usually Sean. So he'll take over the YouTube room between 12 and 1 Eastern Time. Before I leave on my break, I will put the link in. Now the daily webinars, big switch now. So we are now going to be doing them this week. It'll be Monday, Wednesday. Next week, it'll be Tuesday, Thursday. The following week, Monday, Wednesday. The following week, Tuesday, Thursday. So we're not going to be doing 5 days a week anymore. So again, this week, it'll be Monday, Wednesday. But you can sign up for them all, and you'll get the notice. Okay? So it's just a switch. We used to do the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, but again, it's going to be Monday, Wednesday, one week, Tuesday, Thursday, the following week. And then that'll be the rotation going forward. Educational videos, watch the videos, creating your account, starting trade ideas from scratch, etc. New to trading, and I mean new to trading, it starts off with what is a stock? It's a great little 36-part introduction to trading. They're very quick videos, but I really recommend you take a look at this if you're new to trading. And we have some ebooks that we created. So again, yes, lots of information on my homepage. Save the link. You can take a look at all this whenever you want, including probably one of the favorite parts of my homepage, all the scans that I am sharing. This is a sample layout. Here are all the individual scans that I'm sharing. And here's the big one, the moving higher with unusually strong options. Okay, this is my favorite scan by far. So everything I'm sharing is right here. Just sizing my window. Okay guys, KPLT is back up. And I see RXT showed up. What did RXT do? 1452 was the alert. Let's take a look left. What do we see? 1478. So for me, this probably has to take this 1478 out. Yeah, you're giving up some, but look what happens if it does take 1478 out. The next high looking left is way up here around 17. So sure, you're giving up a few pennies, maybe for the assurance that it can take this out and then start running into this high. All right, now for those of you who are new, just a quick summary of what Trade Ideas is. We are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter who your broker is. Doesn't matter where you live in the world. You can use Trade Ideas. This is an example of a scan. I call it basic new highs and lows. If I right-click, I click on Configure, and then I click on Summary, this is what it's looking for. This is what this scan is looking for. That's how you always start. If you want to build your own scans, you're always going to start off with filters. I'm looking for stocks between 1 and 20. I've really upped the current volume. It's got to be trading at least 8 times normal up to this point of the day. 400,000 shares, etc. This is how you always start off with if you're going to build your own scans. Otherwise, if I just say, well, show me the stocks making new highs and new lows, well, I'd have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of stocks, if not thousands of stocks, all day long. So you don't want to have so many stocks. So that's why you always start off with filters to kind of whittle the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. So if a stock meets these filter criteria and it makes a new high or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why I see these stocks. Good news about Trade Ideas, you don't have to learn a programming language. If I right-click, configure in an alert window, and then I click on search, here are all the alerts we have. Lots and lots and lots of alerts, different sorts of alerts. When it turns into this icon, these are the filters that we have. So we feel we have enough alerts and filters that for the absolute majority of our customers, if they want to create their own scans, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. But as I've said, you don't even have to know how to build a scan. You can take my scans, and you can always tweak them, of course. I mean, if you looked at my scan and you thought, yeah, I like the idea, but I don't like the price range, no problem. You just change the price range. I would say I wanted it between 10 and 20 for whatever reason. Click on Summary, see how it's changed. You don't have to, but you can obviously tweak my scans once you get used to using Trade Ideas, or you can leave them the way you want, or as they are. We also have a toolbar. We have from the toolbar, if you click on New and you click on our dock channel bar, you will see we have a lot of channels here. These are all themed channels, okay? So if I click on the momentum channel, you will see this is a layout, okay, but you'll see there's a scan in here called Momo. If you right-click, configure, summary, you get the drift. It's like that for virtually every scan, every type of window that we have. You can see what it's looking for. Again, if you like it the way it is, but you can always make a change. If you wanted a different price range, you can make a change. But if you liked it the way it was and you wanted to add this scan as part of your layout, building your layout, you just right-click and you duplicate into a free-floating window. And here it is, showed up on my other monitor. And so you get the drift now. You go through different channels, different themed channels. You can start extracting scans that might look interesting. And then you save them to the cloud. Not going to, because I've saved this many, many times. So imagine you've done that. You've gone through the various channels, extracted windows that you like, saved them to the cloud. And then you can, in File, Load from Cloud. I'm going to type in Momo because I know it's been there many times. And you just highlight it and load it. Okay, and it showed up on my other window. So you would do that with all the scans that you saved. Just File, Load from Cloud. And you just, one at a time, you just start bringing them back. And that's how you can make a layout without having known how to create a scan in the first place. Try to make it very, very easy. All right, I want to talk a little bit about the AI. There's absolutely no alerts today from the AI, so not much to talk about. But if there had been one, you'd have an entry time and a price and a stop. How you manage it will be up to you. There's just no alerts today yet. How I would watch it, part of the premium service. From our toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Strategy Trades window. And then this window would pop up. Not these two, but this one would pop up on its own, and then you could actually incorporate it as part of your layout, so you wouldn't have to do it every day. All right, we'll talk about this window that we see here called Brokerage Plus. I'm going to put a link in that has 2 videos in it. So this Brokerage Plus link I put in has 2 videos. If you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can actually use this window that we call Brokerage Plus to trade your IB or E-Trade account. Okay. The first video shows you the small one. The short one shows you how you connect to your brokerage platform. The second one is a lot more detailed, all the more advanced features that you can use with this Brokerage Plus window. I don't go into any detail about it. You've got to watch the videos, okay? Now, please listen carefully. If you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account, it does not mean that you can't use Trade Ideas. We're a scanner. That's what we do. First and foremost, that's what we are. This is a feature that we've got. Even if you have an IB or E-Trade account, you don't have to use this, but it's a feature. Some people like it. If you want to use it, it's there for you. Now, the other huge reason to use this, and by the way, this is only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using the web-based version, it is not available. So, you notice underneath this Brokerage Plus, we've got Live and Simulation, Paper Trader. If you're new to trading, please practice trading before you commit money to the market. Trading is not easy, okay? So you really should practice trading before you commit your money to the market, and our simulator you can use. It doesn't matter who your broker is, it's using our real-time data. And again, it's very simple to use. You notice when I click on a symbol, the symbol shows, or I click on an alert, the symbol shows up. I pick how many shares I want to trade, pick the price, and just, practice trading. Practice, practice, practice. Let's say I wanted to take this RXT, okay? It came from the option scanner. I don't want to take it right now, though. I want to take it if it pulls back even a little bit further, okay? So I just want to show you how you can do something like that. I'm going to take, I've seen getting lots of alerts. Some of them are delicious. I'm seeing the one that I'm just watching that KPLT, see if I can take out that 5. Okay, so I want to take RXT, but I want to take it if it pulls back to say 1407. I'm just showing you the mechanics, okay, of how you can do something like that. This is not something I necessarily would do in this specific case. It's just the mechanics of how to do it. You would type that price in both boxes here, click the buy button, and notice a big blue line shows up in your chart. So if RXT falls back to 1407, it'll take 300 shares at that price, okay? That's how you can do something like that. I'm just going to leave it in here, see if it happens. If it doesn't happen, I don't have to keep it in there, obviously, forever. If I don't like the way it's trading, I can just go into the orders section, and I can go and cancel it. or click cancel order, okay? I'll just leave it in, see if it happens. Now, let's talk a little bit about money management. When you start trading, at least how I trade, when I get into a trade, I don't, unfortunately, they're not all going to work. Let's say I wanted to take this SDC right now. I'm going to take 500 shares. The spread is only a penny, so I can go in at the market. So notice I got in at 596. I'm going to put in a stop at 576. I do that to make the math easy. So when you get into trading, in my opinion anyway, you should have a price where you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working for you. Okay, not every trade is going to work. So instead of just hoping and praying that a trade is going to work for you and watching it sink, 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 and now, instead of, well, it depends on the size of your account, but you notice here, what I've done is I've said, okay, if it goes down to 576, I'm going to be taken out for a $100 loss. So in the simulator, I'm saying, okay, I'll risk $100 on this trade. If you have a $5,000 account, you shouldn't be risking, say, $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, I'm risking $100 a trade. And in my opinion, again, it's important to sort of try to risk the same amount per trade. You don't want to risk 100 one trade, 300 the next, 50 the next. You should try to risk the same amount per trade. Now, why is it saying $100? Well, again, I wanted to make the math simple. So notice my entry was 596. I put the stop at 576, not because that's really where I would have. If I'd been really in this trade, I probably would have put it, at 568. You see, I'm looking. How you're going to place your stop is only going to come with practice. Okay, I mean, I like to size up a chart, and I tend to look at where I think there's some support. If it broke down through that support level, I'm going to be out of the trade. That only comes with practice for me. Some will use moving averages. However you determine, once you get used to trading, where you're going to put your stop will be up to you. But once you've done that, that will share size you. Because notice, I'm in at 596. My stop is at, well, it actually stopped me out. I guess that bottom tail got me out. So it actually stopped me out, which is okay. I mean, this is going to happen. I mean, that just got whippy, and now it popped right back up. I can't worry about that, thinking, wow, I shouldn't have allowed myself to be stopped out because look what happened. Yeah, but it could have kept moving down, 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 right? So that $100 loss could have turned into a lot more. So why I took 500 shares is because the difference between my entry and my exit, which you don't see now, the exit price, was 20 cents. If I divide 20 cents into $100 that I'm planning to lose, I get 500 shares. It's too bad it got stopped out so quickly because I was going to show you, a lot of times it's hard to obey your stop. You can't believe it's not going to work. You've read good things about the company. It's come in, one of my option scanner or other scanners, and you just cannot believe it's not working. But it's going to happen. The best setup, with the best news, with the best everything, sometimes they just don't work. So, if you want to stick around in this business, you better have some good money management skills, because if you start to just hope and pray that every trade is going to work and you just load up, I'm not saying some will work. I give you that. Some will work, but a lot won't, and they'll just can destroy your account. So let me take this SDC again. Okay, let me see if I can take it again. Because what I was going to say is you can always get back into the trade, if it sets up sort of in a similar way. You can say to yourself, well, okay, maybe I was just a little bit early on that trade. So you got stopped out, no big deal. And now, you can see, well, maybe again, I was just a little bit early. All right, guys, I'm just sort of pausing here, watching what the SPY is doing. So we've got a great move in tech. Dow's up a little, SPY's up, but a great move in tech. Just go to my homepage, okay? Can you find my tab here, Barry's homepage tab, Steve? Can you see that? If you see that, then click on my link. Okay, click on my link, to the homepage link, and when you do that, go to the scan section, and click here, and here it is, moving higher with unusually strong options. Okay? Funny, Becca. It's the former. So again, I put my stop again. I'm just really showing you money management, guys, okay? I'm not saying, as Real saying, it's above the channels and all that. I just wanted to demonstrate this one because it was near the high and, wasn't a pullback play. So 594. So again, add that stop. So there's that $100 loss, okay? $100 if it goes down here. Again, that manageable number. You don't want to get into revenge trading also. You don't want to start saying, okay, I understand the whole concept. I'll risk $100 a trade. But oops, the first trade doesn't work. You're down 100. I hate that. So, okay, I'm going to risk 200 the second trade because I got to make that 100 I lost back up. And then when I win that trade, I'll be up 100. You lose that one. Now you're down 300 and so on and so on. Really easy to get into that sort of a rut. I should put an alert for IC at 11. My thoughts is that this has been one of the toughest traders over the last month. Kept teasing us going over 10 and then coming back down, over 10, coming back down. I mean, it's an all-time high, all right? So it has no resistance. So I think I'm going to stick an alert close to 11. I've been beaten. Well, I've made money on this one, but it hasn't been easy. It's been more of a scalp type trade several times, and then I just gave up because it kept going up over 10 and then dropping. So, I mean, listen, it stunned me that it actually held over 10 on Friday. I didn't realize it until the end of the day. All right, SDC. I know it's over those, but boy, it's strong. I'll have to read that article. ATER, probably. ADR, ATER. Yeah, it got yeah, because the first print of the day was a gap, and then it's yeah, a gap and fail so far. Yes. Yeah, I don't pay attention to them, Pete. If it works for you, fantastic. I don't, I don't pay attention to them. I'm sorry. It's a nice guide for people maybe starting out and all, but I don't use them. Actually, a lot of action from the option scanner. I'm surprised. Again, I'm surprised. Let's take a look at to see. Again, I mean, some of these are quick hitters. They're don't think that when you get something from the option scanner, it's just going to keep running and running and running. But I would be watching every one of them all day long. Sometimes they pull back and they start running again. This KPLT has been a real interesting one in terms of that, for sure. Yeah, I see we've got a couple of AI alerts, okay? So I should have mentioned this, guys. I can always flatten a trade. You get out of a trade by flattening it, okay? So if I wanted to get out of this one right here, I flatten it, okay? I could have got out of half. I could have doubled my position. These are hotkeys that we have here. Okay, what I wanted to show also, I'm going to get into something else and show you these three columns here, the today's profit, max P&L, and the distance from exit price. Just looking for something that might be a little bit interesting. LYEL, okay, LYEL. David from the YouTube room is talking about LYEL. Yeah, actually not bad. I mean, it's the IPO a couple of months ago. Oh, well, in fact, almost 3 months ago. At the end of this month already, wow. So, yeah. The high up here is what, 1890, so that's some room. 9017, so it's got a couple of dollars to that high. Give me a moment, please. Yeah, I think if KPLT can find its way through 5, are you talking about in the simulator, Nicolette? Remember, the simulator... Well, okay, you're talking about this morning when I said I had a 5-cent loss on the... what was the one? The ASTR. Yeah, well, I mean, that's... I just didn't like the way it was trading. You know, as an example. I mentioned this one. I got into the short here. Thought, okay, I didn't love the news. Well, company didn't like the news. Love the news. But the minute it started moving against me and was just flattening out, I said, you know what? Take a 5-cent loss. That's all. All right, guys. P-A-Y-A. P-A-Y-A. If I missed this one. Okay, so this was a big one on Friday, and got all the way up to 1089. This is actually showing up on my option scanner as a short. Okay, the flip version. I wonder if it could take out 10. Okay, guys, again, so can this KPLT take out 5? It's a rhetorical question. I'm not expecting an answer. Well, okay, I've taken some out now, okay, the KPLT. I mean, this is in case it cannot take out 5, I've taken some out, and now I've got some. If it takes out 5, I mean, then the next high looking left will be 588. If it can find its way through 5 on some volume, it could still have a run. Pre-market, it did get up to 530. Is this pre-market? Yeah, pre-market, it did get up to 534, so there is that. So remember, when I was talking about this one at the very beginning with the options, listen, I don't tell anybody what to buy or sell or when to get out, okay? Somebody's asking me that. The KPLT is exactly what I said. I said, we got the alert at 454. What did it do? It pulled back, okay? It pulled back. I said, listen, if it gets back up to this 454 level, this is where I'm really interested in getting it. As a watch list, okay? But I'm not telling people to do the same thing I'm doing. I'm just saying this is where I'd be very interested in getting into it. I'm not so hung up on getting in right at the time of the alert. It pulled back and then it popped up. And now it's been choppy. And I'll give you that. It has been a choppy one. But I'm just kind of holding out because of when I look left, I see all this room. So if you're looking for what that particular stock that I was trying to follow, I'm trying to answer somebody in our YouTube room. It's from, I'm sharing all my scans. And if you go to the home page, my home page, not the home page, but my home page, and go to the scan section. One of the scans is called Moving Higher with Unusually Strong Options or something like that, okay? And that is where, all these have come in. The Annie was awesome right at the beginning. But that's the scan that I focus on all day long. And we may have a breakthrough 5 here coming up for the KPLT. So let's go back in time. So this is why I like to do this. The way I've organized it is that this is the first time we have the alert, the time, and the price. Okay, so I can kind of go back and see, okay, what did it do from those prices? So I can kind of get a bit of a gauge of, well, how good is this scan? I don't expect every single scan to be a blockbuster, but over the last 3, 4, 5 months, I don't know how long I've been using this. This has been just an awesome scan. So you can see the Henny at $5.95. You can see exactly there's that blue arrow shows me on the different time frames where the alert happened. So on the 15-minute chart, it's telling me that's the candle. On the 5-minute chart, you can see what it did afterwards. The pixel, I don't think the pixel, let's see what the pixel did. So the alert was at 7:43. Yeah, so it didn't do, in fact, I have an alert set up here, right? I have a price alert set up here because even though I got the alert at 7:43, I didn't like it because I said, you know what? I want to see it take out that high of Friday. Takes out that high of Friday. There we go, little 5 action for KPLT. And yes, I took some out before, just in case that 5 proved to be too much of a stumbling block. You don't have to do the same thing. But again, getting back to the PXLW, I didn't like it at the time of the alert because I thought, you know what? I want to see it take out the Friday's high. It wasn't that far away from it. Takes out Friday's high, it's got all sorts of room. With any alert window, if you don't want to hear the sounds, just right click. I thought I got rid of the sounds, but that's in the option magic. Okay, that's a multi-strategy window. So let me bring one up. I don't think I have a multi-strategy window loaded. Oh, I do. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, just go right. So click on the window. Right-click, properties, and then actions, and uncheck the actions, okay? Uncheck it. So right here, right-click, properties, and uncheck the actions. When you do that, well, actually, I'm sorry, click on that and then uncheck the play sound, and then say okay. Sorry, I thought I got rid of the sound alerts on all the ones that I am sharing. Okay, again, go to my home page. Go to my home page, click on the link. You do that, this is what you'll see, and one of the sections is my scans. Okay, bearish scans, click here. Here it is, moving higher with unusually strong options. See, a little struggle. Yeah, that little struggle to get through that 5. That's okay. I think if I say it enough times, everybody will finally have that scan. A lot of action in that scan today. Okay, so here's AQST. So what do you see when you look left? 459, 535. So that's far enough away. When I look at the monthly chart, I look at the weekly chart. 459, so that's the next high. Little bit of, you see, there's a little bit of resistance between here and 5 with the AQST. I'm not saying it's not going to get through all that, but it's not as clean a look as some of the other ones. Doesn't mean it won't keep moving, but it's just not as clean a look. Well, it's, yeah, I mean, it made the scan because it has at least 2,000 contracts, which is 8 times normal. Okay, so it did make the scan, you know, the minimum number of contracts, but I just don't, you know, I mean, it just doesn't have quite the same look as some of the other ones that have way more room looking left. You know, I mean, look at the KPLT. I mean, hopefully you can see the difference. I mean, when you look left, I mean, the next high looking left is 580, not you, William, but anybody. Then the next high looking left is 588. I mean, there's a huge difference between looking at this daily chart and the AQST daily chart. Well, you look at the weekly chart, really. You have to look at the weekly chart to see the big difference. If I expand this a little bit, you see the difference. You don't see that big gap. Haven't even looked at the trade of the week. Let's see, LTHM. Yeah, I mean, very, very briefly. I mean, it's 2540 is the trigger. Now, see, this is, you know, I look at the trade of the week and I go, okay, 2540 is a suggested entry. But what I see is this 2583 is the high 3 days ago. You know, and then up here is 2788, which is fine. But this little high right there, I would probably want to see it take that high out. It's not that far away. But, you know, that's just me. Whew. All right, guys, 11:06, been a fast morning. So actually, yeah, we've got some AI alerts. We had none early on, but we got some AI alerts now. You know, I don't go over them really any detail. It's not fair to those of you who pay for a premium service, but you know what they are. All right, guys, I'm just looking again at some thumbnail charts, seeing if anything is happening on these charts that I've got on my other monitor. So not very many alerts on my watch list. I think the NRXP, I think briefly worked, 1585. What did it get up to? Yeah, I mean, you had to be quick. I mean, this has been so choppy, but it did get up to, what, 15 or 1640. This one, of course, is from the option scanner plus my watch list. You know, I mean, just a little struggle to get through that 5 level. Well, anything's possible with the SPRT. Anything is possible, but you know, right now it's, you know, I mean, it's just sort of. He even called this consolidation, but it's just hanging in this area. Anything is possible, but it could break down too, right? If you were wanting to play this on the way up, you know, you'd need volume. You just need volume. Just keep looking at these volume bars. I mean, look how the volume is just, you know, dwindled off on the 15, on the 5s, on the 2. You know, until you get some enthusiasm back, there's no point in really taking the trade, in my opinion. Trading is all about enthusiasm. You know, are you enthusiastic about this trade, about this stock, either on the upside or the downside? If enough of you are enthusiastic in the same direction, hey, it turns into a winning trade. So this Arcadia maybe is interesting. Again, I'm looking, you know, came from the option scanner. Look at the volume from the daily volume. That's awesome. Here's the issue, right? 281 right there. 280 is the 200-day moving average. 281. That area right up here is a 200-day moving average. What did it get up to? Got to 267. You know, it's just kind of close to that area that it could easily stall because of the 200-day moving average. So, you know, when you're looking at, well, anything, not just from my option scanner, but, you know, any scan that you may create, or, you know, if you have some of my other scans, you know, be aware. It's not, you know, looking left is great, but you also have to be aware where that 200-day moving average is. You know, that can be that could be that can be a real stalling area. Well, how you trade it, CJ, is up to you. I mean, that's the suggested entry. Suggested entry. I mean, that's exactly what it says. So, you know, how you trade it will be up to you. I'm not sure what your question is. You know, so I mean, it's obviously above that 2540. You know, I mean, if you think this is a good area to take it, then go ahead. I mean, that's a suggested entry. You know, I mean, for me, I mean, I look left, and you know me, I look left and I see this right up here, 2583. That's pretty close. But, you know, I don't develop the trades of the week. So I'm not sure what your question is. And the 20-day moving average on the daily is the stop. You see how that's rising. So as we speak, I mean, if you got, remember, these are meant for, you know, more longer than intraday trades. How you trade them will be up to you, but I mean, that's what they're designed for. So right now, it looks like that stop would be about 23.68 if you got in here. 23.68. So you're talking about a $2 stop. Boy, look at this one, this Cloudera. This is an earnings play, guys. This is very strange to me. The trading action, I mean, it's basically, look how flat it almost looks like this was a buyout here. The way it traded in the previous days. It's not a buyout. But just a completely blah reaction to earnings. All right. Well, okay, guys. The TCATs, the NFGs. I've been watching TCAT. So this is an NFG again from the. But look at this. Look at the 200-day moving average. So WKEY is one of these NFGs from the NFTs from the option scanner. But look at the 200-day moving average. Okay. Now, listen. I'm not saying 100% it's going to stall there, but it just makes it a little less attractive to hop into a trade like this. Now, the other thing to be watching is what is TCAT doing? I mean, if TCAT is ripping, then it may not matter. Again, if you're not familiar, just do a Google search for NFTs. But here's TCAT, which is sort of the leader in the sector, if you will. And Dolphin, DLPN. Somebody said they did a financing. And guess what, guys? KPLT just did make another new high. Still trying to get through that 5. All right, guys, KPLT. Again, next high looking left, it was way up here. I mean, that's a lot of room. 588, that's a lot of room on a percentage basis. It's not a low float. I mean, you know, 48 million. It's not crazy high, but it's certainly not a low float situation. They don't all have to be. That's an impressive move with that float, though. To be at 40% with 48 million in the float, that's a pretty impressive move. Well, by the end of the day, this will probably have traded the float. 30 million have traded, I would say, almost for sure. Well, I'm only talking about I'm only talking about normal market hours. That's all. No, pre and post market is not included when stocks are, when we talk about an all-time high, we're only talking about normal market hours, 9:30 to 4. I think that is universally the way it works, because sometimes you get some crazy spikes, pre-market. Some stock goes up $30, $30 comes right back down. So those are discounted in terms of the official new highs and lows. It's funny, guys. I mean, I just had the feeling about the KPLT just because of, the daily chart. Had a nice run at the end of the day on Friday. This is after hours on Friday. Had a nice little pop in the pre-market, pulled all the way back. I mean, this is a big pullback, 534 all the way down to 4. That's a big pullback. But now we'll have to see. I have to see how close, will it get close to this 588? The SPRT does look a little... Yeah, well, listen, what Zach is doing. It's very risky, as he's saying. I'd like to see some volume. I'd just like to see some volume also associated with the move. Not yet, anyway. So all I'm in there, guys, is a piece of the KPLT that I still have left. Unfortunately, I wanted to get into OTRK earlier, but I missed my entry. I think I was just distracted for a bit. It would have been okay. I mean, it wouldn't have been it would have been a quick trade. Okay, guys, so you see, I was entirely wrong about the WKEY. That 200-day moving average had no bearing on it whatsoever, okay? It did not stall it in the least. And now look at it. So I guess we can call it a winner. I did not take it, but for those of you who are slightly less, I'm pretty conservative when it comes to stuff like this. When I see that 200-day, it really just says to myself, I don't want to, or says, I kind of inwardly go, I don't like it. I don't like it. It's hard for me to take the trade, but man, it popped right through it. But that's okay. KPLT is giving me a nice move off that 5 so far. Wow. All right, well, this is what I like to do. Have a little bit of fun. So let's take a look at the high right there is 533. Let's put a price alert up here. See if I can induce it a little bit further higher. 531 is where I'm going to put my price alert. Yeah, I was just really looking at the daily chart. No, you don't look at charts. How can you not look at charts, William? Just look at that. Look at the chart here, KPLT. I have no idea what they do. Let me say again: e-commerce, focus, financial technology, etc., etc. Okay, whatever. I mean, it's. I don't see any news on them. I see lawsuits. I don't see any news on them at all, other than these lawyers that come out of the woodwork and suing them for this and that. Well, he says he doesn't read charts. He says he doesn't read charts. Well, one man's gibberish is another man's gold. And that was gold, Jerry. Look at this. I mean, you just have to look at a daily chart that looks like this and see what could happen. Well, I guess my stock of the day video will certainly be on KPLT. Not because I've done well on it and all that. It's mainly because getting people to just look at these charts, look left on some of these charts, and hopefully, I mean, this when you see a chart like this, it has to jump out at you. Give me a moment here, please. Yeah, I mean, listen, the closer it gets to that high right there, which is 588, it's all, I mean, what did it get to? It got to 575. I mean, you're right. I mean, this is exactly the area where I think it's going to probably stop. So obviously, you just listen to me. I'm so aware that I don't have very much left. I have a little bit left just in case it does something crazy and does take that out, but I'm basically out of the play for the most part. Certainly it did. You know, obviously now it's coming into that all that big resistance area, isn't it? You know, now it looked really good at the beginning. Well, that's what happened on Friday, though. We had this one on Friday from the option scanner. You know, the same sort of thing. I never feel guilty about taking a profit. Yeah, as long as you saved everything to the cloud, Pete. Save everything you do to the cloud, okay? So how insanely wrong was I about the WKEY? Look at this, guys. I mean, you know, I thought this would stall it a little bit. If it had taken it out and, you know, rested above it a little bit and then started to move, I would have been very happy to take the trade. But it just blew right through it. You know, I had no option. I had no real... It didn't pause enough for me. But wow, what an alert again. So did you understand what I meant, Pete? So make sure you save everything you do to the cloud. You know, so save your layout to the cloud. And then all you have to do is file load from cloud and find your layout and load it. So you can have just, you know, in general, you can have trade ideas loaded on as many devices as you want. So you can only have trade ideas loaded one device at a time. But, you know, obviously if one of your devices is a tablet or a device in which you have to use the web-based version, that's fine. I mean, you just make sure you load it or save everything from to the cloud. And you just load it from the cloud. Give me a moment, please. All right, I'm just watching ATTN, so this is really, wow, what a gap down for this one. I didn't see this one at all. Really little bit of action in the pre-market, but not a ton of action. And now look at this thing just completely moving down. Look left on the weekly chart, 1723 is the next low. On the monthly chart, it's probably the same. On the daily chart, you're probably seeing 1907, so this has still got room underneath. Yeah, I'm holding on just a piece of that KPLT in case it, again, does something very crazy. I don't think it will, but KPLT, I didn't even look to see if I can short it. The answer is yes. Yeah, actually, 500,000 shares, William, at Interactive Brokers. Well, TCAT is still strong, guys. I mean, TCAT is still strong. I mean, WKEY piggybacked along with it. Okay, now again, you look at the Archon. The Archon came at 340. All right, so it's still sitting there, but look left. What do you see when you look left? You know, hands up. Hopefully you see what I think is some resistance, you know, right around that 350 level. Now, you know, that 200-day is far enough away, but so if it can get through 350, you know, there's a chance that it could have a bit of a run, but it, you know, it's just not as clean as something that doesn't have this here. No, I got, I let the, you know, and I'll do it again. I mean, I let the 200-day moving average influence me to not take the trade on the WKEY. Remember what I was talking about last week? You know, always looking for reasons not to take a trade. I know it sounds crazy. Everybody wants to have reasons to take a trade, but really it's kind of the reverse. Look for reasons not to take a trade, and if those reasons aren't evident, then you can take the trade. For me, the 200-day moving average for me was too close. So consequently, I didn't want to take the trade at the time of the alert. You see, that was only 20 cents away. You know, from the alert. Yeah, the alert was at, well, my alert was at 758. So I thought 772, that's a little too close for me. What I wanted it to do was to maybe go through it and rest a bit above it and then pop up on volume. Then I would have taken the trade, but hey. Now it's turned into a nice short, I'm sure, by some of you. I mean, look at that, 867 right down. So, I mean, you can use this option scanner both ways. You know, once it looks like, you know, the volume is starting to dry up, you know, I mean, what's going to sustain it? Nothing. So you can start to look at shorting it. How's that Sava doing? Not too much. Just kind of chopping around a little bit here. CVET. I'm seeing CVET mentioned. Right around the alert price, free game, but not at the time of the alert. You know, the question was, where did I catch KPLT? Right around that 455 mark, but not at the time of the alert. You know, because it pulled back, and then when it got back up, I was saying to people, you know, take a look at it. I'm very interested if it gets back up to that level, which it did, and that's right here, in fact. Right up in this area here. So again, it's not 100% necessary to, you know, to take the trade exactly at the time of the alert. You can watch to see how it trades a bit. YMM. Actually, it's not bad, David. I mean, look at the volume coming into YMM. This is so IPO back here, kind of beaten up. Got up to what, 23 odd. Got all the way back. Well, very beaten up. What was the high? 2280. The low was 2280 down to 780. Wow. Probably an EV play. Oh, it's actually not an EV play. Okay. China play though, like a lot of China stocks, they did this. All right, yes, SPRT is, glimmering here, maybe taking out, giving up a lot, but you can kind of see if it can somehow take out the high of the day, which it did early on in the day, right up here. Well, that's the high in the pre-market, but right there. That might get some enthusiasm for people. And remember, this got up to almost at over $60 on Friday. Not really, Frank. I don't look at confirmation from it. I mean, if it happens, it's great, but I don't look for confirmation. I mean, this is momentum. I mean, look, anything with unusually strong options is really a momentum play. I mean, if I see it in other scans, I don't need to see it. Maybe it's nice to see it. The question was, does it give me further confirmation if I see something in my option scanner in other scans? I mean, I guess, but it's absolutely not necessary for me to see it. If I happen to see it, great. Because let's face it, if it's moving on unusually strong options, it means it's a momentum play on its own. All right, guys, so it's 11:43. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the YouTube link in when I take my break at just around noon. If you want to, you can head over there. Sean will be there. He'll take over for me in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. So I'll put the link in. I wouldn't give up on this SDC even. If this takes out 6 again, the high got up to 623. As a watch list, guys, I mean, I would put an alert probably just over 6, see if it takes it out on some volume, and that's the SDC, and see if it resumes, because again, when you look left, it's got a little bit of room to 686. That's the next high looking left. Yes, the standard user can use Brokers Plus to simulate trades, yes. Boy, this PSTG had earnings last week on the 25th, and it's got some room. PSTG, look left on the monthly, 29.51, so it's above all this on the monthly. The weekly, though, let's take a look, 27.30, little bit of room, a couple of dollars till that weekly high. I think, it's got some room. And it's pretty steadily up. All right, guys, give me a moment, just following an internal discussion. One more moment, please. Okay, here I am back. PSTG continues. So, Roberto, I'm watching your. What I might have to do is just getting too many alerts. I'm going to maybe firm it up just a little bit. Yeah, just a little too many for my liking. I mean, the reason why I wanted to take a look at yours is because I was really, well, afraid is too strong a word, but I just didn't think we'd get the same number of alerts from my scanner until we got back into earnings season. But you know, something's happening here, guys. I don't know what to say. I mean, we're getting a lot of alerts from my scanner, and I haven't changed the scanner filters whatsoever. They're still pretty tough. So I wanted to look at yours, rubber toe, in order to say, okay, if I don't get too many from mine, you know, will yours, obviously yours will give me more because your scanners are not as tough. But I'm just finding it interesting. I'm getting so many alerts. And yet we're, you know, towards the end of August, out of earnings season. You know, things have slowed down in theory, but not for these Trade Ideas scanners. PYPL. Ah, okay. Well, heck of a move if you're into the ones that are a little more expensive. No question about it. That's a great move on the daily chart, getting rid of basically all of this, and now maybe tackling that 300. Well, your support is starting to run here, guys. SPRT starting to run a little bit. It'd be really interesting if it takes out that high. The high of the day. And of course, great call by Real on the fibs with the KPLT. Working beautifully. The next is that the one the distance of the next high, Frank? That custom filter, is that the one I gave you? Oh, the float ratio, right? Okay, right. Yeah, that's a pretty simple one. All right, guys. So yeah, 11:54. So getting closer and closer to my break. Boy, this I tell you, this SBRT, if somehow it does take out that high of the day, oh man, this could have another crazy run in it. Right there. Not that, I mean, I know you're giving up $3, but that'll get, I think, traders a little bit excited again. I mean, it's had a nice little move. The bar numbers in the chart. The bar numbers in the chart. Bar numbers in the chart. If I keep saying it over and over and over again, maybe I'll figure out what you mean. You talking about zooming? Like that? Okay, I think that's what, okay, so just hold the control key down on your keyboard, and then with your mouse, your scroll on your scroll wheel on your mouse, just scroll in and out. Yes. I was asked the question, could a multi-strategy window be set to announce new alerts with speech? Yeah, it's exactly the same. You know, just right click, properties, actions, and just check on the play sound, set up the sound, and you'll see one of the options is text to speech, so yes. No different from an alert window. Okay, real. Did that not you, real? The other real spirit in our YouTube room. Did you understand what I said? Yes. No. Yes. Okay. All right, guys, I'm just waiting for Sean to show up in the YouTube room, so I'm just going to put my announcement in. Taking a break. Can't help you there, real spirit. You'd have to send the log. I have no idea. I mean, it's very difficult for me to know why that would happen. You may have had a previous order in there. Maybe you had like another order in you didn't realize, like a stop order or something, and it triggered when it got down to that price. You'd have to send the log to have them look at it. Yeah, questions like that are very, very difficult for me to answer because it all depends on what the situation was, how you entered the order in the first place. I know there can be issues where you enter an order and you put a stop in, and you get out of a trade, okay, and then the stock falls back to your stop. You didn't delete the stop. It could trigger the trade again as a short. Yeah, I can't help you, real. You're going to have to send your log. If you go to help and then send files to support, they can take a look at the log. That's I cannot help you.
Well, hello, everybody. It's your boy, Chicago Sean McLaughlin. Hold on for a little technical difficulty here. We'll get you going in just a sec. Just got to take care of something here. That's why you're seeing a black screen, most likely. We'll get that taken care of in just a sec. This is the live Q&A session. So for those of you who maybe are first time here, welcome. This will be your opportunity to ask any questions about the Trade Ideas software. As my standard disclaimer at the top of every one of these calls is, I know I don't know the answer to everything, but I do know enough to be dangerous. So lay it on me, whether you got a beginner's question or an expert level question. Throw them into the questions panel, and I will do my best to answer. And if I can't answer the question, I'll certainly point you in the right direction. Anyway, I hope everybody had a great weekend. I sure did. Summer is waning, as they say. Here in Colorado, where I live, it's in the evening. It's starting to feel like fall, getting pretty chilly at night and early in the morning. Had some college football on this weekend, so definitely felt like fall is coming. So anyway, I wanted to before I have any questions coming in. By the way, this next hour, guys and girls, is will be determined by you. Whatever questions you throw in, that will be the direction we go. I don't have any pre-configured conversation to talk about, although I do want to lead off while I do wait for questions. I do want to lead off with the Strength Alerts channel. For those of you who are Trade Ideas subscribers, everyone who's a Trade Ideas subscriber, Trade Ideas software subscriber, you get free access to the TI Strength Alerts channel. If you are not a Trade Ideas subscriber, software subscriber, you can still subscribe to the newsletter, the TI Strength Alerts newsletter, and get what is this email here that I'm butchering, but it shows up here in the panel. This is the exact email that goes out to just email subscribers. You can get that delivered into your email inbox every weekend ahead of the Monday Open. And basically what it is it's 5 picks every week that are derived from an algorithm that determines stocks that have great characteristics to go on a nice swing trade run. Meaning, when I say swing trade run, I mean a stock that you're going to hold for several days, maybe several weeks if you're lucky. Now, it's just 5 stocks every week, and these are the 5 that came out of the chute today. And guys, the reason why I want to talk about this, I wanted to talk about this stock, ANY, A-N-Y. Look at this daily chart. In fact, on this weekly chart here, I'm going to change the time frame to an intraday. We've had a bit of a pullback. But guys, here's the open right here. If you bought this stock at the open, which is what we suggest everyone does with the TI Strength Alerts if you're playing along, just set a market order to buy at the open. If you bought this stock at the open today, you paid around, we'll say 5.25. And man, even after the pullback, you're up $1.25 in this trade. That's a 25% gain even after the big pullback. At one point, you were up somewhere in the neighborhood of 50%. Just in the first couple of hours of putting this trade on. That's amazing. Now, let's not get carried away. All the trades do not work out this way. This is rare to have a move like this on the first day. It's even rare for a move like this to happen in the first week, although it does happen. All right. And the TI Strength Alerts is really for traders who maybe you don't want to be super active. Maybe you're not a day trader. Maybe you don't have the time to allocate to monitoring the market all day long. The TI Strength Alerts is really a great feature for those of you who are just want to be involved in the markets but don't want to be working hard at it, right? So I'll share the link to the TI Strength Alerts kind of info. I'm going to put it here in the questions panel here. TI Strength. You can click this link if you'd like, and it shows the performance, back-tested results of this strategy going back 5 years. And first thing you'll notice is that outperformance against the S&P is unbelievable. And guys, the back test, the way we did it, now we're not saying this is the way you have to trade, okay? But the way that we did it is quite simply, we took the 5 trades or the 5 alerts for each week, and we entered them with market orders on the opening bell on Monday morning. All 5 stocks. We divided our portfolio equally. So whatever money we have in our portfolio, we allocated 20% to one stock, 20% to the next, 20% to the third, et cetera, equally weighted. And we entered those with market orders at the open on Monday. And then what we did is we held those stocks, come hell or high water, win or lose, we held them all week. And then on the following Monday, when the new strength alerts come out, all we simply did is closed the previous 5 with a market order to close at the open on Monday and enter the next 5. So basically every Monday morning, we're closing the old stocks and opening the new stocks. Win or lose on those closes, doesn't matter. And guys, the results, if you look at that link that I shared in the questions panel there, those results are phenomenal. And what is that? 2 minutes of work every week? 5 minutes of work every week? Is that outperforming your mutual fund? I bet it is. So guys, if you're a Trade Ideas subscriber and you have any interest in swing trading, definitely come to the Strength Alerts channel every Monday morning before the market opens. Take a look, and I would suggest you get involved. And if you're not currently a Trade Ideas subscriber and you don't want to subscribe to Trade Ideas software, that's okay too. You could just subscribe to the newsletter. That link that I shared with you gives you the instructions to do that. It's only $17 a month, guys. $17 a month for those of you who aren't already Trade Ideas subscribers. If you had just bought this any trade today, ANY, well, you've already paid for, depending on how much money you have invested, but I'm willing to bet you've already paid for at least a year of TI strength with that trade. So congrats to those of you who caught it. I know some of you have. Some of you have pinged me back channel and on Twitter, and I know you're in it. And so congrats. Well done. By the way, I'm Chicago Sean on Twitter. So if you ever want to engage with me there, at Chicago Sean. That's my handle. Come and hang. All right, so I don't see any questions coming into the questions panel yet. As a reminder, this is today's content will be driven by you, the audience. So if you've got a question of any kind, whether it's a super beginner's newbie question, great, throw it in here. I promise there's somebody else who will benefit from that answer as well. If you got something a little bit more complicated, we'll take a stab at it. We'll do the best we can. But Fast Johnny, I see your question. Where do subscribers find the TI strength? So if you are a Trade Ideas software subscriber, head to your channel bar. Okay, here's the channel bar. And find the Strength Alerts channel. It's right down here. All you got to do is click on it. And that will launch the channel. There you go. Hi, Kev. So you've been manually punching in stocks to the simulator every week. How do you automate that? Well, you can't automate. If you're just buying, are you talking about automating the strength alerts? If that's what you're talking about, we don't have an ability to do that because that is a proprietary algorithm. You will not have access to that algorithm. Therefore, you cannot build a strategy to auto trade it. If that's what you're asking, Kev. But you really need to automate a strategy that's so god darn simple, right? I mean, it's 5 market orders. Actually, technically it's 10 market orders every Monday morning, right? You're selling your 5 existing positions and you're buying the 5 new ones. I mean, you could do that while the market's closed. You could put in your orders before the market opens. I mean, that feels pretty automated to me. All right, so the next thing I want to cover here real quick, and I do this every Monday session while I wait for the first questions to come in, is I like to update my stops on my open swing positions. You can see my brokerage plus window right here. These are stocks I'm holding open swing positions in. All of these stocks, by the way, were stocks that I selected, that I curated from Holly AI. These are stocks that Holly AI had put trades on. And Holly does intraday trades, as many of you know. But I like to cherry pick some of the best ideas and hold them for swing trades. And it works pretty darn well, if I'm being completely honest with you. And these are the positions I'm holding right now. You can see some open profits. This is nice. Definitely have had better, but hey, this is good. Every one of these trades, here you see in the column here, these are my unrealized profits. See my open P&L in these trades. Every one of these trades, I risked no more than $200 of my trading capital, right? So this stock that I'm down $86 in, I mean, I'm not going to get much worse than 200. I've probably already adjusted my stop at some point, so I'm in line to lose less. But every one of these trades, I've sized them such that I don't lose more than $200 in my capital. And before we all get excited about my open P&L, let's pay attention to the fact that I am in the simulated trader. Every Trade Idea subscriber has the access to the simulated trader. The simulator works exactly like live trading, which is the nice thing. So if you do have a connected Interactive Brokers account, or if you want to connect your Interactive Brokers account, you can do so, and you could trade live, and trading live will work exactly like the simulator works. So nothing to, no extra learning curve once you've practiced on the demo, as they say. So I'm just going to go through, I'm going to click on my open positions here. I'm going to go through the charts. I got the charts up here at the top. My left chart is a daily chart. My right chart is a intraday 5-minute chart. And you'll notice on my daily chart that there's a horizontal red line here. This is where my stop loss order is. And you can see I've got my stop loss working right below some support that the stock found a couple weeks ago. And you can see here, it's kind of hard to that little bison. Let me close that real quick. Properties, hide AI trades. Okay. So you can see this blue line is where I entered the trade. We entered it on this day right here, July 19th. And turned out to be, even though the stock had a huge gap that day, buying it here, although it chopped around for a little bit, it's really starting to work. But you can see my stop loss order currently is at 29.80. And if I were to get hit, if my stop loss were to get triggered, I will walk away with approximately $362 profit. Now that doesn't factor in slippage and commissions, of course, but we can be pretty comfortable knowing that that's right about where that's the profit I'll walk away with if my stop gets hit. I'm currently sitting on almost $900 of open profits. You can see in my blotter here. Now, the way I like to manage my stop loss orders, I like to move my stops in the direction of the trend. I never move them away from I never move them down if it's a long trade. But I like to place them at levels of obvious chart support. There's no magic here. There's no science. It's just 23 years of trading experience that likes to look at obvious levels of support and resistance. And right here, the obvious level of support is right there. I'm not trying to sell the top. I'm just trying to ride a trend for as long as I can. I'll never get out at the top. That's never the goal. Okay? If I keep trying to pick tops, I'm going to sell one and the thing's going to double on me and I'm going to be pissed, right? So that's how I ensure that I catch some big rides. But I'm going to leave that stop right where it is. Let's go on to the next position here, BYRN. Okay, this one, I'm going to move my stop up just to break even. You can see again, you can see where my stop loss level is, the red line. The blue line shows where I entered. So I'm just going to go ahead and bring that up to break even. Right about break even. There we go. I don't want to turn a winner into a loser. So see how easy that was, guys? I just dragged and dropped my stop loss order. I'll do that again with BJ's. I'm going to drag my stop up to just below this candle low on August 24th. All I do is just grab the line, drag it up, boom. Isn't that easy? Guys, I'm a visual trader and I love this stuff. This is so easy. It's so easy to manage a portfolio of positions this way. I'm going to drag this up to break even. And, generally when I'm doing this, if I'm not on a call with you guys, I just kind of do this real quickly. Just look for obvious levels. It doesn't take me a whole lot of work. I'm going to bring this to break even. Very good. I'll leave that one. These last ones I'll probably leave. We'll bring this to break even. There we go. And again, I'm not looking for a precise level here, guys. I'm just looking for obvious levels where I know that if the level is broken, that tells me the trend is dead, the trend that I'm riding. I'm going to drag this up to just above the peak of that previous high. Okay, this one's probably going to get hit soon, and that's all right. So guys, I'm done. See how easy that was? I just went through, 15 positions, 12 positions, and just adjusted my stops and letting them ride, and who knows? We'll see where it goes from here. But if you are a swing trader like I am, this Brokerage Plus is really, really nice for that. All right, guys. Well, no questions coming in yet. So I'm going to go through a little exercise here. Just because it's on a day like today where the S&P 500 is making new all-time highs. Let's pull up the SP chart. I mean, here it is, the S&P 500 killing bears since 2009. There it is. Another new high. I mean, look at this intraday run today. I mean, just a total grind higher. I know there's a bunch of bears out there. I know many of them personally. And they are just getting walloped. I mean, I don't know what about this chart tells you you need to sell this. Everybody wants to be a hero and try to short the top of a bull market, but there's so much money been lost trying to top a bull market. It's just, why even bother? Anyway, sorry about that. So on a day like today, S&P making new all-time highs, I thought I would go through a little exercise here that might be instructional for some of you. If you're a swing trader, again, like me, I love to buy stocks that are making all-time highs. Okay, I've got an all-time highs alert window here, but I'll build one from scratch just to kind of show you. This will be instructional for some of you beginners, how to build active alert windows. So the way you launch any new window on Trade Ideas is you go to your TI menu bar and you click New. This is where you can launch any window that we have available. And I'm just going to go ahead and choose the alert window right here. And this will open up the alert config window. I'm going to click Start from Scratch up here, double click it, make that little arrow orange so I pretty much have a clean slate. And then I'm going to move over to the Search tab. This is where all the magic happens. This is where you find any alert or filter that's available within Trade Ideas. Now, you'll notice if I scroll through here, we've got hundreds of alerts and filters for you to choose from. Now, when you're looking for something in particular, we don't expect you to hunt and peck through here looking for what you need. Really, what you want to do is go to the search terms box up here and type in some keywords. Okay? So let's start with a few filters first. Now, maybe I should talk about what is a filter. So basically, a filter is a parameter that you can set that you want any stock that you see to satisfy that filter or that parameter. So let's use price as an example. Everybody understands price. I'm going to select price here. I'm going to highlight it. I'm going to click Add Filter, and that's going to bring me over to the Window-Specific Filters tab. And price is highlighted right there at the top. And I'm going to set a minimum price of $10. Okay? And I'm going to go ahead and hit hide unused here. I want to clean this up. So we're just focusing on the things that we're building. So right now I got one filter. It's a minimum price of $10. So right off the bat, I'm not going to get any alerts for any stock that's under $10 a share. Now, you might like trading smaller price stocks. That's cool. You like trading penny stocks? Great. You can do that. But for me, for my taste, my preferences, I like to trade stocks above $10 a share. I could also set a maximum if I wanted to. Let's say $500 a share. And that creates a window of I'm only going to get alerts for stocks between 10 and 50 or $500 a share. All right, that's filter number one. Now, we could stop there, but there's so much more we can do to streamline our process, right? You don't want to have an alert window that's firing off hundreds of alerts an hour, hundreds of alerts a minute, right? You just can't possibly keep up. It's just going to be so much noise. You can't trade that, right? You want to have an alert window that moves at a moderate pace at best and only serves up stocks that you definitely want to trade. And the way you do that is by using filters judiciously. Okay, so that's our first filter. Now, if I want to add another one, I simply just go back to the search tab. And the next term here I'll type in is volume. All right, volume is a pretty common filter that people like to use. I certainly do. I'm going to use the average daily volume. 3M stands for 3 months. So if I add this filter and I set a minimum of, let's say, 500,000, this means I only want to see stocks that average at least 500,000 shares of trading volume every trading day. I'm not interested in stocks that trade by appointment, as they say. I want stocks where you can count on there being liquidity, right? I don't want to get stuck in a losing position that I can't get out of because there's no volume and the bid-ask spreads are astronomical, right? I want a stock that trades. And so for me, 500,000 average daily volume kind of feels like the comfort level for me. You might feel differently. You might want a higher number. You might want a lower number. Hey, do you, all right? All right, next search term, and we could keep adding new ones. Maybe market cap is important to you. Maybe you're only interested in stocks that have a certain minimum market cap. Okay, we could highlight market cap, hit add filter, and we could do, I don't know, 1B. Can I do 1B in here? I forget if we've added this feature or not. 1B, let's see if you could check your work here with this little show me button. If you click this, yeah, that doesn't work. Okay. I got to actually put in all the zeros. So let's say I only want to look at stocks that have $1 billion market cap. I don't know if I did enough zeros there. Let's check my work. Nope, I'm a bunch of zeros off. That's 10 million, right? Let's add a couple more. 0, 0, 0. There you go. 1 billion. I noticed I added the numbers up here. I could do that as well. So market cap at least 1 billion. So now I've got 3 filters. The stock's got to be above $10 a share. It's got to have average daily volume of 500,000 shares, and it's got to have a market cap of 1 billion. Now, guys, the more filters I add and the tighter the parameters I make them, the fewer stocks I'm likely to have surface when this alert window goes live. And that's a good thing. I said it before. You don't want an alert window that's showing you 5,000 alerts every 20 minutes. You can't keep up, okay? There's 8,000 tradable securities in the US and Canada. And if on a day when the stock market's making all-time highs, there's going to be a lot of stocks making all-time highs, right? And you're going to get alerted every penny of the way. So we gotta filter out the noise, and using filters is one of the best ways to do that. Let's add another search term here, or another filter. I'm going to use relative volume. I like using this one for a couple of reasons. One, it's a very useful filter, but also it offers a good instructional lesson as well. So I've typed in relative to find my relative volume filter, and here it is. Now, chances are when you're cycling through all these filters and alerts, you're going to come across a filter or alert that you don't know what it does. Like, what does this thing do? What are the calculations involved? What are the inputs? What are the outputs? How do I use it, right? This might be Chinese to you, right? What's relative volume ratio? I don't know what that means. Well, if you ever have any questions about any filter or alert, all you simply need to do is highlight the filter like this, and then click this help button that's hiding right here in plain sight. Click this help button. It will launch a web browser. That once it fully loads, it takes a minute, or it doesn't take a minute, it takes a few seconds, but it'll load right to the exact term that we're looking for. And there it is, relative volume right there at the top. And then you will see a fairly robust definition of what this filter does, how to use it, what the inputs are, what the outputs are. And that's the best way to learn or understand what these filters and alerts do. Now, I'll give you the quick elevator pitch of what relative volume does. It's one of my favorite filters. If I add this filter and set a minimum of, say, 3.0, it's a ratio score. What this means is I only am interested in seeing stocks that are trading or on pace to trade at least 3 times their average daily volume. Okay? Now, that might not be important to you, but to me, I like to trade in stocks that are, seeing some action today. That, maybe there's some more emotional players involved. And when there's emotional players involved, that spells opportunity to opportunistic traders like ourselves, right? So if you see a stock that has a relative volume score of at least 3.0, that just means that right now that stock is on pace at this moment in time, in real time, it's on pace to trade 3 times its average daily volume. Right? That's a great thing. So I love the relative volume score. Now, caveat, we get this question a lot. People who like to trade in the pre-market session, there's a variety of filters within our platform that do not work during the pre-market session for a variety of reasons. They require regular trading hours. And relative volume is one of those. And relative volume is a very popular filter, so a lot of people use it. And if you add the relative volume filter to a top list or alert window that you're trying to use in the pre-market, then that top list or alert window will not work. Okay, because what's happening is relative volume filter does not return a value in the pre-market session, and therefore no stock is satisfying this requirement, right? Because it's actually returning a null value. So be careful with the relative volume, and there's a handful of other alerts, but this is or filters, but this is the big one. This is the one that trips most people up. I mean, we get emails into support every day, people saying, "Hey, I was in the pre-market session and I'm not getting any alerts. My thing's not working. What's wrong?" And I mean, I'm probably exaggerating, but I'd say that probably 8 or 9 times out of 10 it's because somebody had a relative volume filter working. As soon as we cleared that out, boom, their top list worked. Yes, Kevin, same thing in the post market, I believe. All right, so I've added a number of filters here. Now, what I wanted to do is these are kind of like we built the base here. These are the filters. Now, I wanted to build an alert that alerts me to stocks making all-time highs, because I love trading stocks that are making all-time highs, especially on a day when the market is making all-time highs. There's no overhead resistance in these babies, and the sky's the limit, right? So I love trading stocks making all-time highs. So if I want to get alerted on stocks making all-time highs, I need to do two more steps, two more filters I want to add here. Let's go back to the search term. And I'm going to use this filter called position in range. Now we have a variety of position in range filters ranging from intraday to position range that's for the whole day's range. But I want to scroll down a little bit. Position in lifetime range. Okay, so if I use this filter, add it, and set the minimum to 100, what this means is you're going to only see stocks that are trading above their lifetime range. Now, obviously, that doesn't include today, right? Basically, it takes today's price and says, where is that related to its lifetime? And if it's, if the previous all-time high was printed yesterday, then whatever the high price was yesterday, that's the level. And if we're trading above that, then we'll see the stocks. Okay, so if I do this here, price is at least 100% above the low of the range. That's kind of misleading. It's just the way our computer thinks. But trust me, position in lifetime range, if you set the minimum to 100, then this window will only be finding alerts for stocks that are making all-time highs. Okay? Now, we've got these filters in place. That's great. So now we know that whatever alert that we see is going to be a stock that is above 10 bucks a share, has average daily volume of 500,000 shares, has a market cap at least of $1 billion, has some strong relative volume today, so people are excited about what's going on here, and the stock is at an all-time high. Now let's add an alert that gets us involved, that tells us that this is happening in real time. Let's go back to the search terms box, and I'm going to type in new high. And now you'll see I've got a variety of alerts here. I'm just going to choose the basic new high alert. If I highlight this and click add alert, that's going to bring me over to the select alerts tab. I'm going to want to place a check in this box to activate the new high alert. And then see this box here, this is a qualifier box. This is where you can describe the type of new high that you want. Like if I put a number in here, let's say 20, then I am going to get alerted when a stock makes a new 20-day high. Now this might be useful sometimes, but in this case, in the alert that we're building here, we're building an all-time highs alert. So if a stock's making an all-time high, then of course it's making a 20-day high and a 10-day high and a 5-day high and all of that. So we don't really need to do this. We're going to leave this box blank. And then what's going to happen is we're going to get alerted whenever a stock makes an intraday high. And by definition, if the stock makes an intraday high, while satisfying all these filters, most importantly, this position and lifetime range filter, then we know that's a new all-time high print. And that's a stock we want to get involved in. Now, I'll quickly go through the rest of these tabs here, just for completeness sake. The exchanges tab is always defaults to the big four exchanges, the NASDAQ, American, New York Stock Exchange, etc. You can also add pink sheets and bulletin board stocks if you like. You could add Canadian stocks, do whatever you want there. I tend to just stick to the big four. That works for me. I generally don't like to trade these bulletin board pink sheet stocks because they tend to be low priced and low market cap. Not my cup of tea. Symbol list, we'll ignore this for now, but you can point your alert windows or top lists to only select stocks from certain lists, but we're just going to default to all symbols. Columns tab, this is where you set the columns that will appear in your window once it's launched. So right now we got just these 5 columns or data points will show in the alert window once we launch it. You can add any of the other ones over here on the right. I'm going to scroll down and find, these are the filters that we added. So I'm going to highlight these and click this left arrow to bring them over. Now they're over here. So all these columns will appear in the alert window once we launch it. Now I'll go to the summary tab. This is just kind of where we review our work. You could see new high alert. These are the filters we've got. We can give this window a name. We can call it, I'm going to just put test in here as I already have an all-time highs alert, but we'll call it test all-time highs. And then once I hit OK, it's going to launch the window. And here we go. So here's the alert window. This is a real-time window, guys. So there's only one alert showing here now. This was the last one to appear. If I click on DKS and check out the chart, sure enough, you can see this stock is ripping higher. And this blue arrow shows when this most recent alert happened. And at that time, that was an intraday high and also a all-time high. Now we can sit here and wait for some more alerts to come in. Again, this is a real-time alert. There's the timestamp right there. I'm in the mountain time zone, by the way, guys, so don't be thrown by the 10:20. I know there's not a whole lot of you who trade in the mountain time zone like me. You're missing out, by the way. Anyway, but if I want to see the history of all the alerts that came through here today, and I know there's going to be a lot of them because the stock market's making all-time highs today, if I right-click anywhere in this window and go to History and choose Today, I will see all the alerts that came through. Now you can see that DKS, I mean, this is the most recent one, and you're getting alerted every time it makes a new high, basically every price. Here's the price column, right? When this window's live, you could set it so it doesn't repeat. It doesn't show you the same symbol more than once a day or more than once every 5 minutes to clean it up. But if I scroll through, you'll see there's CTLT, there's SCZ, that stock made an all-time high. Here's Task. Here's when it's making all-time highs. Scroll on down. I mean, there's a lot, right? ZS, Zscaler, there it is, making all-time highs. That's a beautiful chart, man. I was in that stock $200 ago. Not in it anymore, sadly. But there you go, guys. That's how you build an all-time high alert. Let's go back to real time here. That's how you build a new all-time highs alert window. You could, of course, add your own flavors and your own filters and your own tweaks to make it the way you want. But that's really a good process. Shows you the power of the platform to dial in building alerts, to get alerted to the type of situations that you like to trade. In this case, it was stocks making an all-time high, but it doesn't have to be an all-time high. You could like trading a stock that, I don't know, just printed a 5-minute high, or a stock that just crossed a moving average, or a stock that's bouncing 25% off its intraday low. Like, you can come up with any kind, there's all kinds of alerts you could choose, but I just thought the all-time high one was a proper one to do today. All right, folks. Well, we're already halfway through our session. Only got about 28 minutes, 27 minutes left to hang with you. And the rest of the session will be driven by you guys. So any questions you have, please throw them in here. Otherwise, I'm going to turn up the music here and just zone out. Eric, is there a bull flag alert? Short answer is no. And the reason why, Eric, is because a bull flag alert is subjective. Okay, a bull flag to me doesn't look like a bull flag to you. If I go in here, if I go into search and I go into the alerts category, there's a little category up here. We can do geometric patterns. So we do have a few out of the box, but none of these are bull flag. No flag patterns here. Now, it doesn't mean you can't create a bull flag alert. Okay, you can build it using the right mix of filters and alerts to get you where you need to be. So that's it's the setup you're looking for. That's a little bit more involved, but it absolutely can be done. There's just nothing built out of the box for you just to like do one click and bam, you got a bull flag alert. Basically, what you'll want to do probably is you'll want to let's open up the configure here. For a bull flag alert, you'll probably want to experiment with the position and range filter. If I just do pause in range, a little shorthand, this will work. If I use the position and range filter right here, add the filter, and if I set like the minimum to, I don't know, let's say 70, then what it's going to do is it's only going to show me stocks that are in the upper 30th percentile of the intraday range. Okay, so at least you got that going for you. You'll be in the upper range. That's usually, at least in my mind, that's what a flag usually does. It's kind of hanging near the highs. And then you might want to go to the search tab and maybe if you type in consolidation, I had it there. You might want to use like a 10-minute consolidation breakout alert or a 30-minute consolidation breakout alert. This can take some experimentation. Or you might just use, these are the breakouts. You can also just get alerted when a stock consolidates. So the stock is tightening its trading action. That's usually what a flag does. It's tightening its trading action. It's doing so in the upper 30th percentile of its trading range. That to me sounds like a flag. But again, it's subjective, right? So Eric, you got to really drill into what you want there. But it can be done, absolutely. MB, you want me to send you this scan that I've got right here? I'm going to remove the position range because I kind of messed that up. But this is the new high alerts alert window. And yeah, I could share this with you guys. I could share the cloud link. And the way I do that, this will be instructional to anyone who's never used the cloud link before. Just so you guys know, if you're new here, everybody has a cloud account where you have unlimited storage, where you could save all kinds of scans and layouts and alert windows, anything. You can save it to your cloud and you could share it with people and other people can load it up. So I'm going to share this all-time highs with you, MB, and anyone else who wants it by right-clicking in the window. I'm going to go to Save or Share to Cloud. And I am going to, just the all-time highs alert window. I'm going to hit Save and Share. And it's going to give me this long, ugly URL code there. All I need to do is just simply click Copy All. Okay. And now I'm going to put it here in the chat panel. There's the cloud link for you guys. I put it in the chat panel. And what you can do now is just, if you click on that link, it's going to open a browser on your web page. Or it's going to open a browser on your computer. Once you've got that browser open, just copy that URL. Okay, just copy the whole URL. That's all you need to do. And then you go to your TI menu bar. You go to File, Load from Cloud. And you type in that code, or you paste it right there, right? Just do a little Control V on your computer and hit load. And it will open up. It just opened up a duplicate. So now I've got two of them. And it'll open up the all-time high alert on your screen. And if you like it, you can make tweaks to it if you want. Just right-click, go to Configure. If you make any changes and you want to keep it, just make sure you save it when you're done. So you right-click in the window and you hit Save or Share to Cloud and just hit Save. And then it'll always be in your cloud. So check this out. You can access, you can access your cloud in one of two ways. You can, in your channel bar, here's your TI channel bar. You can go right here to My Cloud, click that. That'll open up your cloud and you can see right there at the top, most recent thing I saved, test all-time highs. There it is. I could click on it, hit load, and boom, now I just open up a third copy. I don't need 3 copies as open, but that's how I opened it. The other way you can access your cloud if you don't have a channel bar open on your screen, some people don't have channel bars open. You can go to your TI menu bar and go to File, Load from Cloud, and that will go to the same place. So it'll open up your little cloud window where all your files are. And by the way, you can notice, if you scroll through here, I got hundreds of files that I've saved over the years. I mean, some of this stuff goes back years. I mean, look, here we are in 2017, right? I mean, I got so many alerts and filters and layouts and things that I've saved in my cloud that I can access at any time. And they will stay here for as long as I leave them here. If there's something I don't need anymore, I could easily delete it. I could just highlight it right there and just hit delete. And then that alert will go away. That's something I haven't used since 2017. So see you later. But I hope that was instructional to you. It won't let you paste the link. Well, this is what you need to do. I mean, I don't know what kind of computer you got, but if you open up a web browser and you if you clicked on that link that I shared for you in the chat, it's going to open up this right here. Pay no attention to all this stuff in the browser. Nothing to do there. All you need to do is just highlight the browser, the URL in your browser. You can either hit Control C, or you can right click and hit copy, right? That's all you need to do. And then you go to TI menu bar, go to File, Load from Cloud, and then you can highlight here, hit Control, or right click and hit paste. It'll paste it in. And then boom, there you go. Oh, well, I can't help you with that, Aya. I unfortunately do not have access to Andy's Bull Flag cloud link. But if anyone else does and wants to share it in here, I don't know why I can't, but you should be able to share a link in here, unless maybe they don't. I don't know. Maybe YouTube doesn't let you share links in here because they think you're spamming or something because you're not the host. I'm not sure. Ed, you seem to have trouble saving to my list. I'm right-clicking and saving, but no luck. Ed, can you be more specific when you say saving to your list? Are you talking about a symbol list? Or were you trying to save that cloud link that we were just talking about? Because those are two different things. Which, by the way, I'm glad you guys are starting to throw in some questions. Just a reminder for those of you who missed my diatribe earlier. Diatribe? Whatever. This content here is driven by you. So any questions that you have, please throw them in here, and that's what we'll talk about. And by the way, guys, as I wait for Ed to clarify his question there, we do these live Q&As every trading day at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. And we have a rotating cast of characters. I typically host the Monday sessions. We get Michael on Tuesdays, although Michael's on vacation this week, so I think Chris Varley is going to sub in for him on Tuesday this week. Wednesdays is usually Steve Gomez. Thursdays is typically Jamie Hodge. And Friday is Andy Lindloff, rounding out the week. We mix it up sometimes. People are taking vacation. Maybe some of us are traveling for work. So we mix it up from time to time. But the point is, you get a different voice every day. And every one of us has been trading for a long time, many of us for over 20 years. You get a lot of different experience levels, a lot of different perspectives, different points of view, different ways to use the software. So come hang out with us. Any trading day that you got the time and the bandwidth, come on in. You might learn something new. Oh, all right, Ed, I'm glad you were able to figure it out. Awesome. Well, Eric, the bull flag link that Aya was talking about, I think he was talking about a alert window that my colleague Andy has created. I don't have access to it. I don't have it saved in my cloud, so I can't share it with you. But one thing we can check out, and this is one of those features that's kind of hiding, but it's very useful to a lot of people. If I go to my channel bar and scroll down a little bit, and I find the Traders Vault channel. Let's click on this. Let's bring this up. The Traders Vault channel is basically, it's a little repository. It's a channel where we store a lot of the frequently asked for alerts and top lists that the guys here have created. I mean, many of us have been doing webinars for Trade Ideas for a long time, and we kind of reference the same alert windows often that are alert windows that we built ourselves. And our community is constantly asking for them. So, we said, what, let's make it easy. Let's build a channel, just put them all on there, the most commonly asked for ones, and people can go in here and save them to their cloud. And so, this channel is not meant for you to hang out on, right? It's really just to go, find what you're looking for, save it to your cloud, and move on. So, Eric, with that said, I don't know if this is the one that Andy's talking about, but I noticed a bull flag daily setup right here. Let's blow this up a little bit. So here's a bull flag daily setup alert. This might not be what you're looking for. I don't know. If I right click and go into the configure right here, we can kind of get under the hood and see what we've got going on. Let's hide unused. It's looking for stocks between $5 and $200 a share. It's filtering out ETFs. That's what this little hack does. Stocks that are above their 10-day SMA. Stocks that are within tight in a 5-day range there. There's a variety of filters here you can go through. But this is a bull flag setup. You're welcome to experiment with it. You can see all the filters here if you hit the summary tab. And if you want to try this, what I recommend you doing is just save this. Once you're here, you can save it to your cloud. Just right click, save or share to cloud. Just hit save. And then go open up one of your layouts if you've created a layout, which I hope most of you have. I got my layout right here. This is the layout I use most of the day when I'm just keeping tabs on what the market's doing. If I wanted to now save that bull flag alert that I just copied from the Traders Vault channel, all I need to do is just launch it from my cloud. If I click on the My Cloud button in my channel bar now, it's going to be right there at the top, right there. See the thing I just saved? Bull flag daily setup. It's a top list. If I highlight it, I hit load, and here it is. It's now on my layout. I could find a home for it. Maybe I want it to be right here. Maybe I want it to be here all the time. Great. I'll leave it right here. And if I want it there and I want it to stay there, the next step is I have to make sure I save my layout so that every time I open this layout, it'll open up with this here. And the way you save your layout, go to your TI menu bar at the top, hit File, Save Layout. I'll give this a new name, Test Aug 30. I hit Save, and now I can load this layout anytime simply by just going to the File, Load Layout. I got a number of layouts in here. But there it is, test August 30 right there. I can click open. That'll open this layout with this bull flag alert or bull flag top list that we had just created. So Eric, I hope that helps. Yep, David, Andy might have an intraday version of that. You guys will have to ask Andy. Andy hosts the sessions on Friday. But if you don't want to wait that long, you could always send an email to info. I'll put the address in here. info@trade-ideas.com. If you want something that Andy built, or if you're looking for a particular layout that you know, or alert or topics that you know you've seen on a webinar, just send us an email there, and we'll make sure it gets routed to the right person, and we'll get that question answered for you ASAP. So Eric, you might want to do that. All right, folks, we got about 12 minutes left. At which point, when we're done here, we're going to pass this room right back to Barry in the live trading room. Barry Einerson will take it till the end of the day, as he does every day. If you just tuned in here for the live Q&A, well, first of all, welcome. Thanks for being here. But you could save this YouTube link that you're at right now. Bookmark this link, because you could come here any trading day during live trading hours. And when we're not doing the Q&A, which we always do between noon and 1 Eastern time, the rest of the time, we're live streaming the free trading room hosted by Barry Einerson. Barry is a real trader trading real money using Trade Ideas software to guide his every trading decision. He's a great resource. You'll hear him talking. You'll hear him talking through his trades. He tries his best to answer questions. He's got a lot of people in the room, so he can't answer everybody. But he's incredibly patient, incredibly smart, incredibly talented. Barry is the guy. So at the conclusion of this Q&A session here, which will end in about 10 minutes, we'll be passing you back to Barry, and Barry will take you home. All right, so what are some big movers today? Apple's made an all-time high. I mean, look at this daily chart. I mean, when's the last time Apple had a clean breakout to new all-time highs like this? This is beautiful. If you're bullish big caps, you got to like this move here. Speaking of big caps, what's Amazon doing? Amazon wants to fill that gap. It's got a lot of room to go. What are some other big caps? Microsoft, Facebook. Facebook's about to break out. Look at that thing. The Terra caps are back in play, folks. Twitter's not a Terra cap, but it's definitely a big name. What's Netflix doing? Netflix making all-time highs, looks like. Is that an all-time high? That might not be an all-time high. Certainly recent highs. Yeah, Kev, that any trade, ANY. For those of you who got into that, strength alerts, that was one of the strength alerts today. You could have bought that. You should have bought that thing at the open, and boy, you're sitting on a nice winner right now. Even you know, we're significantly off the highs, but the thing is still up. I don't know, 25% since the open. It's up big. That was a good one. Oops, sorry. Technical difficulty there. Flip the screen on you. But we're back. How about that Netflix, Todd? Bob Todd? I'd like to watch a little Netflix right now. Got some series I need to catch up on. But that chart looks pretty good. Let's zoom out here. Let's go to I'm looking at a daily chart here. Let's zoom out to a weekly chart. Okay, now that's not an all-time high, but we're within spitting distance. Stock's at 564 right now. The all-time high looks to be around 590. I mean, Netflix can get there in an afternoon, right? That wouldn't be hard. And as we've established earlier in this call, I love to trade stocks making all-time highs. That's my bread and butter. Those are my favorite trades. I don't know if I learned that from my old friend Howard Lindzen, but trading stocks making all-time highs, there's just something about it that you got no overhead supply. There's no trapped longs who are looking to get out. There's nobody. Anyone who's a holder in that stock is either winning money because they're long, right? Every long holder of a stock making all-time highs, everyone's making money. Or you got the foolhardy bears who are trying to short the top, and those guys are just fuel for further gains, because when the bears are losing money, the only way to stop the pain is to buy more stock. We call that a short squeeze. So stocks making all-time highs, sign me up. Those are my favorite stocks to trade. Do they always win? Of course not. Of course not. We get stopped out of long trades that are on stocks making all-time highs all the time. All the time. Stopped out for losers all the time. But that's where you're going to find the biggest winners. If you want a stock that goes from $10 to $100, which is a 10x move, right? It's got to make a new high at 10:01, and then it's got to make a new all-time high at 10:02, and then at 10:03, all the way up the scale to 100. Those are new all-time highs all the way. I know some people make some people uncomfortable buying all-time highs, but a stock doesn't go from 10 to 100 without making a lot of all-time highs along the way. All right, folks, we seem to be winding down here in the questions. I don't know if I wore you out or wore you down, but not much going on here right now. You guys see these little top lists I got here on my screen? These are the top lists I like to refer to throughout the day. These are, this one here is up movers since today's open. So this shows me stocks ranked by their change from the opening print. So I don't really care if the stock gapped or whatnot. I'm just looking at stocks that are moving intraday. So this stock here doesn't do a whole lot of volume, but it's up 19% since the opening bell, right? And BGFV, Big Five Sporting Goods, and this also had a nice run. I love these little top lists here. It just shows me where the action is. Here's another one. This is the down movers since the open. So here's ATER. This stock gapped higher, right? Had a gap higher opening, so it's actually up on the day, but it's leading the list of stocks that are down since the open. It opened at 890, I want to say, right around there. 887 was the official opening price. If you shorted that thing right there, you're making money. And guys, I've been trading a long time, and I remember when I first started trading in the late 90s, I traded in a prop trading firm, and we all we did is trade NASDAQ stocks all day long. Trade, like until our fingers bled. But one of the bread and butter trades from a lot of the guys and girls, there were some girls in our room, the bread and butter trade for a lot of those traders was to fade the opening gaps. So a stock like this ATER that gapped open, I don't know, what's that? 30% gap? 6 to 9? I can't do that math in my head. 50% gap? That might have been a 50% gap. So they look for stocks that gap and they take the other side. So right at the open, they would have been shorting this thing, and they would have probably rode this thing all the way down and probably would have covered on this little green candle right there with a nice profit. And these guys and girls, this is a bread and butter trade. They did them all day long. Or I'm sorry, not all day long. every open. And I know a lot of people that, you know, the way they traded, I'm not saying this is the right way or wrong way, but they had like a daily profit target that they wanted to make. They wanted to make, let's say, $500 a day or $1,000 a day or whatever their number was. Maybe it was $100 a day. Who cares? But they had a number. And a lot of these traders, all they wanted to do is trade the opening gaps. And as soon as they traded an opening gap and they got their number, let's say they're up $500 a day and that's what they wanted to do, they're like, all right, close the trade down. Boom, I'm out of here. They shut the computer off, shut the screen down, pushed their chair under the desk, and called a day. I had a lot of guys that did that. And that often happened in the first 30 minutes of the trading day. There was one guy in particular. I've told this story before, so I apologize that I'm repeating myself to some of you. But there was one guy I traded with, and his target was $500 a day. He just wanted to make $500 a day. He probably could have made a shit ton more. He was a really, really good trader, but he was so disciplined. His nut was 500, and he didn't care if he made it in the first 5 minutes or if he had to sit there all day to make his $500. But as soon as he hit his $500, even if he's in an open position and it's going his way, as soon as he was up 500, boom, he's out. See you later. Every single day. The guy was a machine. I was quite envious of that guy. Because there were many times where I was up $500 or $1,000 in the first, hour of the day, and then spent the rest of the day just frittering it away, chewing up commissions, losing money, maybe not losing a lot of money, but just, I would have been better off if I just left first thing in the morning, right? Yeah, Kev. Look, I don't trade them anymore. The opening day fades or the gap opening fades. I don't do it myself because I'm not really a day trader anymore. So I can't tell you if it's, something that still works great. I imagine it still does. I imagine it still does. Yes, you're going to have some losers, of course, but as long as you're keeping your stops tight and managing your risk properly, I think it's a winning strategy. Still a winning strategy. All right, folks, I'm just going to ping Barry here real quick and see if he's about ready. You about ready? And once I get the go ahead from Barry, then we'll bring you back to the trading room. Yeah, Kevin, I feel you. Got to fight that gambling urge every day. I feel you. That's a constant battle for us traders. Where do we cross the line between making smart bets and just reckless gambling? I think we can all tell the difference between reckless gambling and smart bets. But where is the line and when do we cross it? I don't think anyone has that answer. I'm totally with you there, Bob. Human bodies are not built to stare intensely at computer monitors for 8 hours a day. That's just not what our bodies are built to do. And I try not to do it. Luckily, I have the luxury of working from home and I live in a beautiful place. And I definitely take time to get away from the screens throughout the day, every day, even just for a couple of minutes. It's so important for your physical health, for your mental health. I can't urge that enough for all of you. All right, folks. So last call for questions. Last call for questions here. I got about a minute to hang with you, and then we're gonna pass this back to Barry in the live trading room, and he's gonna take you home. This has been fun, guys, and I appreciate all the questions that came in. The more questions we get, the better these sessions are. And I'll just remind you all again, we do these every trading day at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific for 1 full hour. We have a rotating cast of characters. I typically do Mondays. We have different guys every other day of the week. So come on back. You'll get different perspectives, different experience levels, different tricks, different hacks. We all think through this software in different ways. So I am going to put my mic on mute here, guys, and because I got another meeting here that I need to attend to. And Barry will be taking over here in just a moment, so hang tight. Happy trading day to all of you. We will see you again soon.
Out saying his goodbyes. Okay, thank you, Sean. Okay, so guys, just for you guys in the YouTube room, we're kind of taking a look at GSAT, maybe. You know, had the big pop in the pre-market, pulled back, holding two. Some Apple analysts suggesting maybe these guys would be a good partnership with Apple on their low Earth orbiting satellite system. So anyway, that was the reason, and I was just remarking that for this to be up 56%, well, we've lost our float data there. Let me, I think it had $750 million in the float. There we go, 734 million in the float. So that's a big percentage move. So let's just see, and you know, the volume was starting to come in on the 15-minute. Let's just see if it can keep pushing it up. All right, guys. Well, the RDHL is doing its thing, little creeping its way up. So for those of you who want to have access to this, I can't give you the scan, all right, because it doesn't copy because I've got that custom formula in it. But if you're interested, I can show you what the custom formula is. And if you've never written one before, if you go to the tech support area, I'll put the directions on how to write a custom formula, and I'll give you the actual code for this particular one. So if you're interested, just head over there, and that's where I'll put the information. And then the code, let me just have to grab it. All right, so there's your code. So it creates a custom filter, just like any other custom filter with a min and a max. And I put a minimum of 0.75. So in other words, when I get the alert, it has to be at least 75 cents away from the next high on the daily chart. That's what that's all about. That's why, again, the RDHL shows up here. It doesn't show up here yet because the option volume was a little light. Same sort of filters. I think I may have relaxed. Well, obviously, I think I did. I relaxed the filters. So I made the current volume 2 instead of, I think it had to be 4 or 3 in the other one. And only 750 contracts and 200% of normal. I was banking on the fact, though, that, you know, I'm not getting too many alerts. But I was really wanting to focus on how far away from the next high was it when we got the alert. It has to be at least 75 cents away. Maybe confusing, guys, but hey, I'm still testing this. Now, have I missed any questions? I just trying to see if I've missed any questions, just repost them, please. Give me one moment, please. I'm just looking at some reports. Oh, here we go. SLQT. SLQT just triggered. Let's see if it had. Whoa, it's got some room. So take a look. Now, this is the one that got absolutely slammed on earnings. Okay, slammed on earnings, and maybe other stuff happened. I can't really remember. But 14 down to 8. It might have been a failed drug. Also, no, it's not. It's an insurance agency. But anyway, take a look here. What's the next high looking left? 918. You can kind of see that if it can take out that 918, I mean, look at the room it's got. So that's what I'm going to do. Pretty simple. Just going to put an alert around 923. See if it takes out that 923. Might not happen today. It may never happen. But what if it happened tomorrow and it really start to fill this in? So I know it came on the option alert at 898, but I'm not interested because I think it could stall right there. But if it takes that out, yeah, I'd be giving up 20 cents. But I think if it gets through this area, a lot of traders will be looking at this gap here. Oh, I'm not an option player at all, Ninja. It may confuse you when you hear me talk about my option scanner, but it's got nothing to do with playing the options. It's just I'm just looking for stocks that are having abnormal option activity. So that's it, and then trading the stock. So I don't trade options at all. Somebody else might chime in on that if you look at the off topic what Ninja is asking. Just another way for me to see stocks that are trading abnormally. So Ori, I know, plays options, and I think he's also saying, isn't Zoom coming into earnings? Yeah, so after hours. So, it's a gamble. Number one, even if you had asked me, even if I were an option player, I would not be taking this just because it's an earnings play, and I just trained myself after several mini disasters, thinking I was really smart, and reading all sorts of reports about what people were saying about a company, a specific company. Oh, their earnings are going to destroy all the analysts' expectations, etc. Seemed pretty good to me, and the only person that I got destroyed. So I don't do it anymore. I just don't even. You could tell me anything you want. And again, I'm not talking about anybody specifically, but people could tell me anything they want. Oh yeah, but I've heard this, and this. I don't care. If I'm going to play, if I can always wait afterwards, once they've released, and just see how they trade. Yes, am I going to miss like a massive gap up in something? But you know what? I mean, a lot of times if it's a massive gap up, maybe it'll continue for a few days. So anyway, I just don't play options at all. It's funny you say that because I remember some guy who's been in the market for years and years and years, some heavy duty analyst, and said, you know what, you could tell me what the earnings are going to be ahead of time. Now, within reason, I still would not 100% know what the market reaction is going to be. I mean, let's face it, a lot of it has to do with guidance too. And also analyst expectations and things like that. So anyway, that's my bottom line. I just don't play play earnings at all. It's WBI. Are you asking me if earnings are this week? Are you asking me? September 1 after hours? Or, yeah, it is. Wow, you can always have earnings surprises, right? I mean, it's a game. Companies will always, they sort of say, okay, this is what we think we're going to make this quarter, earnings per share, revenue, et cetera. They can't be so low because they don't want for the quarter then for people just to forget about them. But they, make it at a certain level that at least keeps interest. But they'd love, of course, to come in and destroy those, because then the analysts, what they're doing, they're going, okay, this is what the company's saying. Maybe the analysts take a look and maybe they up it a little bit or move it down a little bit, but you get an overall opinion from various analysts, and all of a sudden, what was the company the last week or 2 weeks ago? Big company, Macy's. Remember Macy's? Macy's, I think, was expected. I don't know. I'm gonna make a number up to make 7 cents a share, and they made like $1.20. It's some crazy thing. Okay. Well, yeah. Well, if that happens, then yeah, you saw what happened with Macy's that day and several days afterwards. And I mean, there it was, right there, and it really is. It's held. Yeah, so again, I have a healthy skepticism still of IC. I mean, if it gets up to this 11 level, I mean, if it holds 10 for 4 or 5 days in a row, okay. Any interest? Let's see. Is there any interest in any? Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting. I mean, it's over 7, right? It's over 7. I mean, it did hit 774. I mean, it's been climbing up a little bit. It's been riding that ADMA in the 2-minute chart. Excuse me. It's not above, it's not above the 5-minute Bollinger Band. So in theory, it's not super extended yet. All right, I'll be right back. All right, guys. So let's see. What time is it? 1:16. So before before I forget, because a lot of you who might have been in the room last week and maybe you're just showing up now, the promo code is still alive. I mean, I kind of figured this would happen. We seem to do this quite a bit. You know, we have an expiry date in the emails that go out, but many times it doesn't expire till the next day. So, if you were thinking about taking out a subscription to Trade Ideas, now is the time. We still have the 25% promo on, and that is the most we ever have. So. And this is what I would recommend you do. I mean, you can click on there's the link right there, my homepage link. So when you click on it, this is what you'll see. So if you are unsure, and you should be unsure, if you're not that familiar with the program, I mean, you should be unsure. You don't know quite what it's all about. So this is what I would do. You can always try us out on a monthly basis, standard 118. But that's all you're seeing here. Okay, it's just a standard program that you're seeing here, and all the things that I talk about. So it's 118, less that 25%. And you know, if you don't like it, then you know, as long as you do it within the month of the next, so you take it out today on the 30th, say on the 29th next month, you say, you know what, I don't like it, you just let us know, and that's it. If you do like it enough though that you want to upgrade to an annual, just let us know again if you do it within the month, and we'll honor the 25% promo code. So it's a great way to try us out. 108, if you can afford 118, what does that work out to? $81 or $84 or something like that. To try us out for the month. You don't like it? It's okay. But don't start off with an annual subscription. Especially if you think, well, gee, I want to take advantage of the 25% discount, okay? Because again, you should probably within 30 days, you'll probably get a decent idea about whether or not you would want to go from a monthly to an annual. And then you don't have to worry, we'll honor the 25%. Well, I mean, listen, if a person is gung-ho right from the beginning, I can't stop you. But well, this RDHL has been a snoozer. I'm still in it, but you know, I'm basically flat on the trade, but I'm just waiting to see if it really wants to move. Boy, this SLQT. Oh, I wish the high was like 898 or something like that here instead of 918. I think this says. I mean, just look left, guys. Look at the room this has on the daily chart if it wants to keep running. And it's not a low float. They don't all have to be low floats. DRMA, since noticing this one. This is obviously an IPO back here. We have no float information on it. This is an all-time high. Well, this would be the all-time high, of course, but it always looks back, okay, the last daily chart. So that's why it's saying 120%. You might say, well, how can that be when that's the all-time high? It's not looking at today's daily. Yeah, guys, GSAT doing its thing. I didn't take it, but pointed it out. Those of you who might like to take these pullbacks. Let's check out my SPAC here, the VIH. Yeah, still. But it reminds me of the two from the previous week, or 2 weeks ago. That they just did nothing, and then all of a sudden volume came in, and I swear one of them went up $2. Again, I'm not saying that's going to happen with this one, but. I see the SPRT did not continue higher. Still have my alert set up here. You never know. Later on in the day, you never know. I have my doubts, but for an alert set way up here, $7 higher. But if it takes it out, that'd be the high of the day, and who knows? Might take a bit of an assault. Yeah, listen, I'm just a little more conservative. I mean, we got the alert, 898 for the SLQT. I'd love to see it, take out that 918. You're right, Zach. Zach can't hear me, but yeah, I'm not getting any new alerts. The GSAT and the BBIG are kind of doing the same type of thing, coming off the bottoms. The BBIG doing the same type of thing. Watch this just take out 918 like nothing. You know what else is starting to come back is the KPLT. The KPLT is starting to come back after a great run and then a great short. But now, it's over 5. Let's see, get some volume coming in. Look at the volume, 64 million, so 48 million in the float. So it is traded not quite 1.5 times. And the volume is starting to sneak in. I'm looking at a 15-minute chart for BBIG, and I'm starting to see it still has a little less than 3 minutes to, or a little more than 3 minutes to close this candle, about 3.5 minutes to close. See that little candle there? Is, you know, if it sneaks above the right there, yeah, you know, this the ASTR has surprised me. Did have the pullback all the way back down to 9, but I mean, it surprised me how strong it is. I mean, you might be saying, well, what do I mean? Well, yeah, I know it's down 16%, but I'm surprised how much it's recovered based on the news. And it keeps this it's continuing to move higher here. Look at this volume coming into ASTR. Well, it's above the 5-minute Bollinger Band. It's not above the 15. You know what? Let's just take a look at the sector list just to see what's happening. So again, guys, if you're not on the latest beta, okay, if you're using still our production version, you're missing out, I believe. You should take the latest beta so you can have, if you're interested, I mean, if you're a person who doesn't care about looking at the different channels, the different theme channels, then I suppose it doesn't really matter. But it's kind of a cool thing now you can do. You can look at the theme channels without having your layout disappear. So let's just take a look. I mean, that's one aspect of it, of course. The other aspect is creating your docked windows so you can move things around like in a container. But again, if that is not interesting to you, look at energy. Remember when at the beginning, when we were looking at energy in the pre-market, every single stock was up. You know, and you know, obviously, unfortunately, that was because of the hurricane and the aftermath. But now, 78% of the stocks are down for the day. I mean, what's the strongest sector? Strongest sector is healthcare. Strongest sector is healthcare. You can see that 85% are up, 15% are down. I want to up down meaning from the close on Friday. Now, one of the worst performing ones right now, financials. 85% are down. So again, if you are thinking about getting into a trade, you should know, number one, what sector is my stock in? Where could it, will it be influenced by what the overall sector is doing? Now again, if you're typically the stuff that we look at are not too affected by the sector, because these stocks are kind of trading on their own. They're what we call alpha stocks. They've got some kind of for whatever reason, either it could be an earnings play, it could be news, or just traders getting into it. No rhyme or reason. So they don't really care what the overall market's doing. But if you were thinking, boy, I see, here's my favorite energy play. I wonder if I should get in it right now. Well, you look at the sector, maybe not the right time. Just stuff like that. Just keep an eye on the major sectors. I mean, obviously, if you were looking at a healthcare stock right now, the odds are in your favor. All right, guys. Well, as Zach said before, really slowing down. Martin, you're absolutely right. You hold the right one, you're absolutely right. You hold the wrong one, you're absolutely wrong. How's that? Well, the minute you say you can't go wrong with the big fellas, that's when that's when it. Anyway, I know what you've been saying, but sometimes you can have dead money for a while, and I like to have my money working for me. Boy, look at this SLQT. I'm going to look. This looks like it wants to take out that 18. Excuse me. Now understand, just because it takes out 18 doesn't mean, okay, now I'm in. I want to see what it does at 18. I want to see if it, my ideal situation, I mean, I get it. My ideal situation is that it gets to 18 and kind of rests there for a bit. Maybe gets to 22, back down to 17, back up to 20, kind of puts a little bit of a base there, and then all of a sudden we get some volume coming in. That will probably mean that, okay, people are relatively confident that it's going to hold that 2.8 at 918 and move from there. It seemed to be, for whatever reason, a bit of a controversy about the BBIG. I mean, I think we have 50 million and they're saying 40 million, but whatever. I mean, I don't think that makes a huge difference. I remember some article came out on Friday afternoon talking about that. All right, guys. Hey, listen, RDHL, it may do it. Just having a little bit of a patience here on this one. There was no reason for me to get out, even though, you know, I was only up a penny or so. We'll see if it can kind of move from here. And look what happened. Look what happened. RDHL now has made it into the big scanner. All right, go. Again, for those of you who don't know what the heck I'm talking about, there was RDHL here at 832 with a modified version of what I call the main scanner for the options. And we have oh, this must be a SPAC. Yeah, this is a SPAC that just launched. Don't care. Wow. Okay, I gotta show our guys. We had an infestation in our YouTube room. It just got exterminated. All right, here's another one. Now this one is a little bit different. We've seen this one. Yeah, you wouldn't. I got rid of it too quickly, probably. Oh, not too quickly, but now GGAL, I remember showed up on the option scanner, I think last week or 2 weeks ago. It's got doesn't have a big float. To look left on the weekly chart. Oh, that's right. This does have. I mean, this had a. That's right. This had a great. It must have shown up last week on the option scanner. Had a great week last week, It had earnings on the 26th. Reaction was on the 27th, so I had a great week. And when we look left, what do we see? 1079 is the high. Wow, I mean this, and then over here is 1141. I mean, this has still got some room to fill in here. This is a Brazilian stock, I believe. No, sorry, Argentina. Sorry, Brazil. Or sorry, Argentina. Should know that. That is not the Brazilian flag. This is probably the biggest number of stocks I've had on the option scanner. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I think this is the biggest, I think this is the most we've ever had on the option scanner. Typically, you don't get more than about 5 or 6. Well, if you're asking if it has a phone app, not really. I mean, you can use, be very, very small, safe. I mean, you can use your browser on the phone. So, but I wouldn't call it a wonderful user experience. But we do have a web-based version of it. So, but it would be, I think, very, very small. All right. Well, let me show you what you can do with earnings. For instance, and you can play around with the calendar, okay? I don't do it this way, but you can play around with the calendar. Now, have your earnings date filter, okay? Then you see this little magnifying glass, okay? And then when you click on calendar. Now you can use the calendar to determine exactly where you want earnings to be. The last 3 days, just move. You can play around with the calendar. You'll see how that works. Okay. Okay. Try that. That's probably that's the easiest pictorially to do it. All right, guys. Well, look at the selected quote, SLQT. Now, it did have, not a bad little run, but it did not take out that 918. What did it get up to? Got up to 914. Exactly. Yeah, I sort of recall you're saying something like that. No, I mean, if the trend is, if a stock is up and it pulls back, I mean, sometimes pullbacks are just healthy. No, depends on the size of the pullback. Well, Zev is definitely getting some play. I know it's a high short float percent, I believe. Yes. Mentioned this one. Wow, I should have kept my eye on this a lot more. Mentioned this one in the pre-market. I mean, what did it get down to? 765. So yeah, that's a dollar pop. A lot of, I think this, I don't know 100% for sure if this is a meme stock. But certainly it's got a high short float percent. And it has room. Yeah, so I can see why you're doing it. I mean, it's got room. Next high looking left is 1020. Okay, guys, a bit boring, but I'll take boring. You know, as long as it keeps inching its way up, RDHL. Key is holding 50, 850. That's the key. Gets into the mid 40s, I'm out. I think this is the one that I was saying, practicing taking a trade on a pullback, I think. And that was a neuro. Now, if I don't want to do that right now because it's getting awfully close, I can just go to my orders. I think this is one. No, maybe not. Oh, I know what it was. I know what it was. Yeah, I have not had very many new alerts in the last little while. Well, if you want to define a short squeeze as something that has a high short float percent and a low float, sure. You can, I've got, if that's how you, if you want to define that, like that. I think I even, the shorts are in panic. That's what Dan uses, I know. You can try this. I haven't looked at it. Yeah, it's a big float. I mean, it doesn't have to be a low float, but you can play around with this. I mean, he's got 17%. So what happens is, I mean, if a stock is starting to move, it may be that it is a short squeeze. I mean, there's no, but I can give this to you. You can take a look at it. All right, guys, again, I'm just watching the RDHL, seeing if it can have any sort of a surge. No reason to get out of the trade for me anyway, even though it's boring. Let Let me just check on that VIH, see if it's doing anything at all. Nope. PSTG, let's take a look at PSTG. That pure storage was definitely not, wow, yeah, no kidding. I think I was watching this one a lot earlier, seeing if it could take out that high of 2 days ago. But there's a great reaction to earnings. Okay, there's the reaction. Released earnings after hours on the 25th, and here's your reaction on the 26th, right there. Well, I guess if I don't know what you're seeing on a phone. You know, I really don't know what you can see on a phone. I mean, we're not really developed for the phone. I mean, we have a web browser. When you say you can't see anything because it's too small, right? Well, it's not so much as, well, maybe, I don't even know if we still have a squeeze channel. That was a squeeze alert. I guess so, yeah, okay, here's the short squeeze channel. So, Siri, you could also look at this. I think this is the same thing. Yeah, it's going to be exactly the same. So this is the squeeze channel. Somebody asked to see it. You know, and they will all have high short float percentages. They have to be a minimum of 17, I guess. 17%, yeah. Well, I have no idea. Anything can go higher, anything can go lower. Okay, Saif, I mean, hard for me to answer a question like that. Can something do something? Anything can do anything. And I'm not trying to be flip, but I mean, you know, of course it can go higher. You know, if enough volume comes in and interest comes in, sure. If the interest is not there, it'll go lower. Well, technicals, I mean, this is a meme stock, you know, the WSB stock. So, I mean, there are no technicals, in my opinion. I mean, the VWAP is above it. If you're looking at that, the VWAP's above it, so that could stall it. You know, 809 is at 769, 67, so that could stall it. Oh, I don't know what the short cover days are. I don't have that. I don't have that up. I don't have that filter up. But right now, I'd be worried about the VWAP. The VWAP is sitting above it. $8.09, $8.09. I think that's it for this, for support, guys. Certainly for the day. This is not, if you were thinking about this one, maybe challenging again these highs, but this is a sort of a rather ominous looking red candle. Well, it's one of those areas that could stall it, Saif, just like the moving average, 200-day moving average. Those are, you know, important areas that, you know, could stall it, could prove to be resistance. Not 100%, of course, but that's why we're always aware of where the 200-day moving average is and that VWAP is. Doesn't have to be under, but it can't be so close that it could stall it. I mean, if it was, $10 on top of it, I mean, it won't, depending on the price of the stock, of course, but I mean, you just don't want to see it, 20 or 30 cents away. I mean, I was wrong about this one. The WKEY earlier, I didn't take this trade because I saw the 200-day moving average was right there. We got the alert at 758. The 200-day moving average is 772. So I'm looking at it right here thinking, that could stall it. In this case, it didn't make any difference at all. It blew right through it. So there's no, I mean, it's not 100% either way. But I try to put the odds in my favor. When I see something that's close to the 200-day moving average, I wouldn't take the trade until it, broke it with some significance. But this did, but it went so quickly through it that I had no chance. I don't know what they are. I don't have the Fibonacci levels on my charts, Saif. I have a pretty simple style of trading, really based mainly on just price and volume. I do have the Bollinger Bands, so I'm aware. But after that, I'm not loaded with a lot of different technicals. Well, there's no price, Saif. There's no price that I'm thinking, okay, if it hits this, I'm definitely in. Okay, it all depends on the pattern it's trading from. I mean, a lot of things come into play. It's not just that if, it gets to 780, I'm in the trade. Depends on how it got there, as an example. So it's an impossible question for me to answer. The question I've been asked in the YouTube room, like, what price would I get into BBIG? Well, I have no idea because it's not trading the way I would want. Right now, it's just sort of chopping around for me. It's not that interesting. If it got up to the VWAP as an example, and then it, hung around that area, and then all of a sudden it got some volume and popped through, that would probably get me interested. But it's not, but I have no idea if that'll ever happen. It sounds like are you a really new trader or something? Because you're asking me, is it bullish? I mean, it stock's up 41%. Do you think that's bullish? I mean, obviously, but it's a meme stock. It's one of these Wall Street, bet stocks. They've got a hold of it. Should it be doing this? I don't know. I mean, there's no news on it that I can see. Only thing I did for you on Fibonacci is tell you how to pronounce it real. And even on that, I'm kidding. Or is it Fibonacci? Yeah, if you're in our room here, say if you're looking for me or anybody else to tell you, when to take a stock, what price, and when to get out. This is not that sort of a trading room. We have ideas. I mentioned the RDHL. When I got into this one, we talked about it. I said, well, the reason, you look left, it had a lot of room looking left. There was no resistance. We got the alert. I pointed it out at 8:32. Said, well, I said, well, let's see what happens. So that's your cue. I'm never going to ever tell anybody to take a trade. Fibonacci, okay. As opposed to Fibonacci. Try to get some kind of a US twang in there. Fibonacci would be if we were watching the BBC and their commentators would be talking about it. Now listen, the SLQT is starting to set up a little bit better, in my opinion. The SLQT is starting to set up a little bit better. Excuse me. The longer we can at least base over 9, that's good. And then we have to, again, looking left on that 918, that's that high 2 days ago. Okay. So if it can, keep in this area and inch up and then get some volume to push it right through that high of 2 days ago, it could start to attack this level. Remember, it came from 14 down to, it cut in half that day on earnings. There might have been something else. I don't know if there's something else about this, but it certainly was an earnings play also. So, you hearing what I'm saying? I'm not telling anybody to take this trade at 918. I'm just pointing out the opportunity. And, stocks that have a lot of room when I look left are the ones that I focus on. Now, again, for all the reasons why it crashed, they're still there. It's not like it's all been wiped away. So you have to, obviously remember that too. I concentrate, for intraday, I'm concentrating mainly on the 5 and the 15, but then of course, because I'm a momentum trader, I am 100% concentrating on the daily, weekly, and monthly charts to see how much room a stock has to keep moving before it hits another high. But concentrate probably, if I only had one intraday chart, it would be the 15-minute chart. If I only had one that I could use. But that is not, a recommendation or anything. It's, just what I'm comfortable with. Well, look at, wow, what a crazy day this one had. AGC, spike all the way up here. Look at this sell-off, 1176. I didn't see this one at all. What's the volume like? Yeah, okay, but yeah, I mean, here's the problem. I mean, all that volume was here, and now it's just been modest volume, though it's picking up on the downside. Boy, this is an interesting looking short. Except looking left, the next low looking left is 1033, so it's not that far away. Now this showed up last. Boy, we're getting a lot of alerts from the option scanner. I'm blown away by this. I don't necessarily like it. I'd rather see fewer alerts. But I'm not going to tighten the filters. Those filters are pretty tight. It just must be one of those days. But look at NNA. Again, look left, 377. I wouldn't touch it unless it took out that high of Friday, even though I'm getting the alert. AGC, okay, I didn't see it. Didn't see it. Tremendous, wow. I mean, that's just an utter collapse. Almost red. It's right at Friday's close. Okay, Jeff, I don't know if you're, I see the email you sent me. Thank you very much. I don't know if you can hear me in the YouTube room or the other room, but thank you very much. I do appreciate that. All right, guys. Well, I haven't had a new alert for quite a while, other than that short on the option scanner, the AGC. Not that it really matters to what we do, but I think September is the worst performing month in history. Historically. August and September, historically the two weakest months of the year. Do we find that? Not for the stuff that we do, anyway. And December is the best, believe it or not. Yes, there's no, Silat, there's no differentiation anymore. We finally got rid of that nonsense. You mean if you bought it at 9:30, where would you put your stop loss? For okay, so if I look at a chart, you'd have a pretty steep. I mean, there seems to be a lot of support around 878 or so right here. But for me personally, I'm always I tend to use whole numbers as stops. Okay, if I'm close enough to a stop to a whole number. I'm not suggesting you do the same thing, but but if you look at a chart, there seems to be decent support in that area, 877. So if it broke down through that, you should be out. I'd probably be using 9 as a stop. But you're talking about a what if you got in at 9:30, right, Eric? May not happen. I mean, it just looks like it's that high of 2 days ago is going to stall it. I mean, remember, there's a lot of bad to overcome with SLQT with that drop that got cut in half. If you were a shareholder sitting up here thinking, oh well, how bad could earnings be? Well, now that asked your question, or that would answer your question. All right, guys. Well, as promised, I took about a 10-cent gain out of the RDHL. The only way I'll get back in, well, as I promised, I just didn't like the way it wasn't able to get through that 850. So, and now it's starting to drop. So the only way I'll get back in is if somehow it gets back over 855 or so, and the bid ask is like 855, 858. But I'm out of the RDHL. A little disappointing. I thought it would. Once it got up to that 850 mark, I thought it would hold and just start to move from there. But anyway, could happen later. But I'm out of the trade now. Took about a 10-cent gain on it. That's it. Take a look at Sava that Zach is talking about. Sava. Well, for one thing, you can see, we were talking about the 200-day moving average. Look how well it held, at least today, the 200-day moving average. There it is at 50.85. You can see well, it may be hard to see, but that green line is the 200-day moving average. What did it do on, it got just below it on Friday, and it just a little bit above it, a little bit below it today. But, as Real points out, this is an area, and that area of the 200-day moving average is holding so far for Sava. Well, yeah, I mean, if it takes out that 200-day moving average, then that's really a disaster for it. That'd be a technical disaster for it. Yeah, okay, guys, so there's the SLQT, all right? So, I think that's all the bad blood that happened a couple of days ago is coming right back. INMB, let's take a look at INMB from Ori. Yeah, it's had a great, wow. Why didn't you tell us right here? You probably did, right? You probably did. That's a great break out of consolidation right there on volume. That's perfect. I mean, look at that consolidation, INNB on the 15-minute chart, consolidates, and then all of a sudden, look at the volume that comes in and just keeps pushing. And the volume is, it's decreasing a little bit now, but I mean, the volume momentum was huge for it. I'm sure I saw this mentioned earlier, but right there, just awesome. No, well, there's the Sava moving, guys. Sava's moving. I mean, we're definitely in mini bounce mode now for Sava. All right, guys, I'll be right back. What time is it? It's 2:20. I'll be right back. Alright guys, I'm back. Another one on the short side, guys, on the option scanner. This is just the flip, okay? What I'm talking about. This is just the flip of this, okay? In other words, moving lower with unusually strong options value or volume. That's all it is. Just the flip of it. So there's LXRX. Something happened that's rather amusing. All right, guys, I'm just kind of biding my time now. You know, the market is flattening out. Everything's been up though. Oh, actually, yeah, look at the Dow's just down a little bit. SPY's up, Tech's up. So, of course, the Dow has a lot of financials, financial stocks, and financials were getting a little bit thumped today. Oh, maybe not. I'm not sure if I got it, David. Let me just check the general email that we get. Well, but you said you sent it to Andy, so why would he? I don't understand. Oh, I see. Attention. I don't see it. Doesn't mean it's not here, but. But what do you want me to what do you want me to see on it? I'm just looking at the emails that we have that come in. I don't see it anywhere, but doesn't mean it's not there. We get a ton of emails every day. Okay. All right, guys. Well, let's see. Well, Sava it pulled back, and then it does look like it wants to some volume coming in. It does look like it wants to move a little higher. I keep looking at that KPLT to see if it's going to have a late day surge over that 5 again. You know, it's just been stuck in this 450 level for quite a while now. All right, guys, so it is now 2:30, so this is when I start telling people when I'm going to shut the room down. Closing the room at 3. All right, now again, before I go, because there will be people, I guarantee it, that are going to say, Barry, I remember you talking about a promo code and I forgot to do it, etc., etc. Here it is. 25% off, okay? All right, so now this will almost, I mean, I guess there's no such thing as 100%, but 99.999%. This will be expiring tonight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time, okay? And again, my recommendation is when you click on my link, my homepage, just try us out for a month. Just try us out. On a monthly basis, 118, less than 25%. If you don't like it, no problem. You don't, just tell us you don't want to subscribe for the next month. But if you do like it and you want to upgrade, we'll honor the 25% promo code. Upgrading to an annual, we'll honor the 25% promo code. And of course, more information on my homepage. So if you save the link, just save my link. Lots of information. I mean, this is the easy stuff. The trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Stock of the day video. But these two sections have a lot of information, all the education you could possibly, I think, want, not just for trade ideas. Obviously it's going to show you how you can, some of the basic features of trade ideas. But we have the support sections in YouTube. We've got now the daily webinars as a new format now. So there is one today. So the new format is going to be Monday, Wednesday, And then the following week, it'll be Tuesday, Thursday. And then the following week, Monday, Wednesday. So it's no longer Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So this week, it'll be the Monday, Wednesday. Next week, Tuesday, Thursday. You can sign up for them all here. And again, educational videos with trade ideas, you know, how to starting trade ideas from scratch, etc. But this is, you know, if you're new to trading, back to basics. What is a stock? Introduction to charts. So, I mean, this is a great little video series. I really recommend you take a look at it. And some trading ebooks that we created. So, you know, a lot of information here, not just about trade ideas, but, you know, that section right here, you know, a lot of people are just learning, starting out trading. So save my link and then you can take a look at that. Plus my scan section, a lot of scans. Here's the sample layout, and then this one, the moving higher with unusually strong options, which is my, well, it's my all-time favorite. Not just my favorite, it's my all-time favorite scan. I can't think of a scan that is produced more over a long period of time than this one. And listen, does that mean that every single alert you get is a winner? Of course not. But it's nice to wake up every day and, you know, really eager to see what sort of results we're going to get from a scan. Is anybody trading AFRM? I'm sure there are people, not me, but let's take a look at AFRM just to see what it looks like. Oh, I know why. For me, oh, that's right. This is the one that Morgan Stanley put a $120 price target. Yeah, it's just out of the price range I like to trade. Real, watch your blood pressure. Just watching KPLT to see how well it holds this 5. Yeah, yeah, KPLT. Again, I'm interested, but I'd like to see the volume pick up, some volume pick up, and burst it through this 5. It may not happen. Some of these ones that were really flying earlier on in the day, you know, sometimes later on in the day, interest picks up again. Okay, well, I guess Holly couldn't lose on the AFRM. All right, guys. So as we're getting close to wrapping up the day, again, here you have any questions? Ask me questions. As good a time as any. Now, speaking of any, haha. See how I did that? Yeah, I mean, look at this. I mean, this is challenging the high of the day now. Docked window, sure, I can go over that. And to you, Sir Thomas. Okay, well, you have to put things in it. All right, okay, I'll show you how. Now, did you watch the video? And it didn't help, okay. First of all, do I look at leading gappers up at the open scanner? Well, I have a gap up and down scanner that I use in the pre-market that helps me prepare to see what sort of stocks there are going to be perhaps in play. And then I do have a gap up and gap down scanner, yes, that I use. Yes, I do. It's one of the ones I'm sharing. So for instance, right here, gap up and gap down scanners right here. Not too many in each. I put pretty tough filters in there. I don't want a lot of stocks. All right, let's start off Golden Gate. So we start off like this. So first of all, before I do it, I want to load some scans from the cloud, show you how to do it. Just going to get 3 of them, okay? All right. So let's say I have these 3 scans and I want to put them into a dock window, okay? Now I'm going to move them over. You don't have, well, I'll show you why. I'm just moving them over out of the way into my other monitor. So I'm going to go New, Docked Window, and we're going to give it a name. Call it Golden, after you. When you say select, okay, just let me answer roast beef's question, okay? So there it is. I've given it a name. It's called Golden, okay? So when you say select all, are you talking about for auto trading? Which we don't agree with, but are you talking about auto trading? Roast beef, talking to you. Because you have to highlight them all and then enable. So now they're all enabled, now they're all on. Okay, just highlight them. Now I'm going to, okay, so you go to the Holly tab, right? Holly tab, you see at the beginning of the day, they're all off. It'll all say off, 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 off. So all you do is you just highlight them. I'm just starting my pointer up here. I'm dragging it down, highlighting, and now I just right click, enable. But you're talking about auto trading. Don't agree with it, but I can't stop you from doing it. Okay, did you get that though? How I did it? You just highlight them. Well, then there's no, you don't have to turn anything on then. You don't have to turn anything on if you're not auto trading. It doesn't matter whether they're off or on. You're just, all you want to be able to see. Now, in the web-based version, I don't know what it looks like, to be honest. You might have to still have Holly Omni. You might have to select, see the web-based, the new version. If you go to the channel bar, you'll notice that now it just says Trade Ideas AI. That's in the downloadable app. On the web-based version, it might say something like Trade Ideas Omni. And okay, it might say Omni, and that'll show you all of the that would show you all of the alerts. And it doesn't matter from what segment. I mean, we've gotten rid of the segments, but maybe it still remains on the web-based version. I'm still with you, Golden Gate. Don't worry. No, we don't have a Mac version, just a PC version. Okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to go to the web-based version. No. Well, we're never going to have one. Only thing we're going to try to do is maybe get the web-based version more looking like the. But just give me a moment here. I'll just load the web-based version. Yeah, so you have to go Holly Omni AI. Omni AI. Well, I don't know. Maybe there's something wrong with the web-based version. I can't even load anything. I'm live. Yeah, I don't know. But it's Omni AI. Okay, if you're not having a problem, then yeah, you just click on Omni AI, and that'll have them all. But as you can see, I can't do anything on here. So, but if you can, then it's Omni AI. No, there's no plan for having the simulator on the web-based version. No. It's not that we don't want to. It's just, I guess it's difficult to do, and so it's not that we don't want to, but it's just difficult to do. Okay, Golden, are you still with me? Okay, so let's take Momo. I want to put Momo, and I want to put it in this. I want to put it in here. I want to put it in the docked window that we've named Golden. So I right click, and it says I find, see, I've got different docked windows. So that's why you give them all different names. So I'm going to say duplicate into Golden. So there it is, okay, as a tab. Potential bouncers. Same thing, right click, duplicate into Golden. There's another tab. And last one, shorts are in panic mode. Right click, duplicate into Golden. So now they're all available as tabs. All right, so if that's what I wanted, then I could just leave them like tabs. Okay, and I could see, but typically that's not what we want to do. So let's just say I want to put the shorts are in panic mode, and I want it put to the right of these two, and you'll see what I'm talking about. So I grab it, and you see this icon pops up. See this icon? And the icon has a down arrow, down and up arrow, left and right arrow. So I pick where I want it to be. I'm going to pick on the right arrow. So now you see how shorts are in panic mode are to the right of these two tabs now. Now, if I want potential bouncers below shorts are panic mode, I grab it, move it over. See how the icon pops up? I pick where I want it. I want it below. So now it's here. Okay, now you understand? Now, if I wanted it, for some reason I wanted it below here, I just grab it. Again, the icon pops up, put it below. If I wanted it above, icon pops up, I hit the up arrow, now it's above it. So you can, play around with it. No sizing, no, you don't have to worry about that. And then save it. Remember, you can save it. Right click, save or share to cloud, and you see how it says golden? You just save it, so now this whole docked window is saved. That's what I do. So for instance, I've got, I dock all my channels, all my charts that I have thumbnailed on my other monitor. I like this. These are two docked windows. Docked windows, yes. There's my bottom one, my top one. All right, well, there's KPLT, guys. Let's see now if it's ready to rock and roll. It isn't, you don't have to learn everything, though. I mean, you really don't have to. If you take a look at the 20 lessons, and you spend some time on that section that, if you spend some time, the education section. So you take a look at the 20 lessons. This is, the good overview. What are top lists? Alert windows, how to create them. And then down here with the educational videos, starting trade ideas from scratch. I think what people get hung up on a little bit is especially this. When I've done this before, I right click, configure, and do the search, and I show them the alerts that we have and all the filters, and they go, oh my gosh, how am I going to learn all those? You don't have to. Okay, you don't have to. I don't know them. Oh, I shouldn't say that like that, but I use maybe 0.5% or 1% of them. You don't have to learn them all. The reason we have them all is because I think we have 10,000 customers now, different trading styles, so we try to create enough different alerts and filters so that for the majority of our customers, they can combine them to create the type of scan they're looking for if they want to create their own scans. But as you know, you don't even have to know how to create your own scans. I've got lots of scans for you. Our channel bar has got a lot of scans for you. No problem. Well, they're just completely different. I mean, this is based on a watch list that I create after hours. Okay, and then it's got nothing to do with my option scan at all. It's just another completely different watch list. I mean, you may see similar symbols here, and that would just be a coincidence. So I make a watch list, and I attach that watch list to this Windows. It's called Best WL, okay? And then, but the watch list has, it might have 30 stocks in it. I don't want them all to trigger, so I have some filters in here that only extract, hopefully the most interesting ones from the watch list. This is definitely a record day for the option scanner in terms of the number. I have to make sure I didn't relax something here, because this is not usual. 1 in 25, volumes 3, 500, 2,000. No, I didn't relax anything. So probably a little too many. I don't like, I'd rather have, maybe a top of 12. or 10, I should say. Okay, well, there's the KPLT. Has to take out 11, as Real said. So let's see. Okay. EDU, which had a, I didn't read it. It was just, you know, when I do my upgrades and downgrades if you're here in the pre-market, you know, I go over the upgrades and downgrades as delivered to me by briefing.com, and EDU was upgraded by, I think it was Morgan Stanley. Well, you know, you'll never see when you say dead volume. I mean, most of the things that I have, it's, you know, things are really trading abnormally. The relative volume filter will really help that. You know, so the relative volume. Now, if you're looking for something that's trading abnormally right now, then you probably should be looking at a momentum. Now, it depends what you mean by light volume. You're talking about light overall volume for the day, or light volume at the yeah. So if you want something that is trading abnormally right now, then you probably want to take a look at, you know, something like this. You right click, search, and click on volume. And then you see where it says volume 1 minute and volume 5 minute and percentages. So if you add that as a filter and say put 1,000% or something, that means that's for that 1 minute, it's trading abnormally compared to the previous 1 minutes or 5 minutes. Okay, you'll have to experiment. We also have 10 minute, 15, and 30. Okay, so that typically are stocks that are, you know, you'll probably see a big volume bar. Okay, you know, if you're looking for something that is like really active right at the moment. I'm not as concerned, you know, because the things I'm looking at have got overall generally high activity. So I don't really mind if they pause for a while. But typically when I see them on the option scanner, they're usually moving pretty well. All right, guys, we're just about getting to the end here. Are there any other questions? Well, we don't have graphs. Okay, we definitely don't have graphs. Okay, so we do have something called similar. Okay, I don't really talk about it too much because, I mean, it's not bad. But for instance, if I click on EDU, all right, if I got an alert for EDU, at least this is telling me other stocks that are similar in terms of the sector. Okay. So for instance, TAL, we all know that one. LAIX. See, these are all in the similar sector. Okay. So at least you can see, you know, stocks that are performing about the same, like in comparing it to stocks in the similar sector. But filtering for relative strength, I mean, I think our relative volume is excellent. If you know, if you're talking about stocks that are having like abnormal option or abnormal volume days, if that's what you're talking about, trading abnormally, which is all I care about. Well, it's just another way, the option scanner, it's just another, if a stock is having an abnormal option day, I mean, it's just another way of looking at momentum, you know? And it seems to be, you know, as opposed to just looking at overall volume or relative volume, it seems to somehow zero in on those stocks that are really trading abnormally. trend leaders and things like that. I mean, I don't really know how to answer that. I mean, you can obviously see, the stocks that are up the most for the day. If you went to our sectors, if you went to our channel bar and you looked at the sector status, so here are the stocks that make up, for instance, XLK. You could see that right there at the top, PayPal, or not PayPal, but whatever it's called, PYPL. No, it is PayPal. Sorry. There's PayPal at the top, Apple, but if you wanted to be contrary, go to the bottom, you see which ones are the worst. DXC, for whatever reason, is the worst performing stock in the technology sector. That make up XLK. Now remember, we're talking about financials. Well, it maybe more interesting is these are so expensive for me. That's why I just don't even bother with them. But I mean, if I wanted to be a contrarian trader, I'd be looking at this one going, wow, 86% are down. I wonder what's happening with the ones that are up. There's 14% of them are up. Check to see what's happening. Or go all the way down, like there's COF. That's the worst performing stock in the financial sector. Why? You check maybe some news. All right, guys, it's now 3:01, so I think I shall leave you. So thanks a lot again for all the help today. And remember the promo code. Torture you guys one more time with it. That's why it's a free room, guys. Every now and then I have to, especially when the promos are on, because I mean, I know people wait for the promos. I just don't want you to miss out. Okay, I shall open the room tomorrow. At 9 o'clock Eastern time. In fact, well, I better actually make the change here. Just give me a moment here. Okay. All right, so I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. I hope everybody has a great evening, and we shall see you tomorrow. Yes, okay, everything's correctly spelled. Bye-bye. Thank you, Franz Johnny. Yeah, you too. Bye-bye.